We'll now reconvene the regular meeting of the Lompoc City Council for Tuesday, August 4th. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Mosby,
Present.
Councilmember Starbuck,
Present.
Councilmember Vega,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gilda Cordova,
Here.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. Mr. Malave, report from closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session tonight to discuss the two items on the agenda. The council gave direction to staff on both those items, but no reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those of you tuning in, based on the governor's executive order from March 17th, City Council chambers are unfortunately closed to the public, but we are streaming live once again on the cityoflompoc.com website. Click City Council button and then view City Council meeting live webcast. You may also watch the broadcast live on TAP TV on Comcast Channel 23 and via radio at KPEG 100.9 FM. During the meeting, during oral communications or a specific agenda item, you will be able to call in and share your public comment on the agenda item. The number to call in will be 805-875-8201 before the close of the comment on the agenda item, and you will be allowed 3 minutes to give your public comment. For future council meetings, you are welcome to submit your comments via email to s_hadden@ci.lompoc.ca.us no later than 4 p.m. on the Tuesday of the council meeting date. City manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I only have two tonight. One is a reminder that the Lompoc pool is open again. However, it does have some restrictions on the number of people that can use it at one time. However, if you would like to make an appointment for the swimming, all you need to do is go to the city's webpage, click on the recreation link, and there's a direction there on how to sign up for an appointment for swimming. My second one, actually you did it for me, was just a reminder the council chamber, per the county health order, is closed to the public. And I'll just repeat, the number to call in when your item that you'd like to speak on is before the council is 805-875-8201. And that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Mosby.
If the city manager would explain a little bit, there was a power outage on Sunday morning. Maybe you could fill us in what happened and what we're doing to rectify the issue.
Yeah, so it was very unfortunate. We have been short in the electrical staffing for some time now. We've been able to hire one person in the last few years, so we are diligently working on that. Over this last weekend, we didn't have anyone available on the call out. One person was injured, so he wasn't able to go, and you need a three-man team to go out. One was an apprentice. He's not able to work at that same level, being an apprentice. So it was an issue. We're working on addressing that. I've been actually all this week have been working with the HR and the electric division on how we can rectify that. We are looking at, when I say broad avenue of advertising, we're going to be going, countrywide, just like we have something coming from Nebraska. Do you really want to be in 110 degrees with 110% humidity or out here where it's, gorgeous? So we're going to go nationwide researching and looking for people to come out. We're going to actually be bringing back suggestions to council here soon on some other ideas that'll come before you. But it's just like with police. We had a tough time earlier with police trying to get people in here. And instead of testing twice a year, we went ahead and we started testing every 31 days, just per post requirements. It has to be more than 30. So every 31 days, we're going out and retesting. And that's our goal here, is to find every avenue we can on people to come out and stay. And again, when you see that heat wave in the Midwest going on, people would be more advantageous coming out here. I think it was successful with the police. I think it'll be, successful again. It just takes a little bit of time.
There seems to be a little misunderstanding with the public on hiring practices. And, the council up here, we are overseeing 2 people to be hired. That's the city attorney, the city manager. Can you tell us who is the one who ultimately does the hiring in the electrical department?
Sure. So the utilities director, which currently is our interim director, George Morrow, as well as Tekan Singh, he's our utility manager, electric utility manager. So those would be the 2 primarily responsible to do the reviews and look at what's going on. I spoke with them, we spoke with HR. There was 3 candidates that we're actually going to be speaking to. One of them, I know when I say far and wide, one of them is actually from Australia, in Australia. So we're searching the world right now for people. So we have 3 scheduled. I believe it's next week. Next week we're going to be having those 3 interviewed. We do also have communication right now with a previous employee who left. He went actually down to Puerto Rico, helped out with the hurricane electric, currently in Palm Springs, somewhere out in the desert area. Family here, so he would love to come back. So we're in communication with him. So, if we get even 1 or 2, if we got all 4, that's a whole squad. So that would be incredible, but you never know during the interview process. So we're working towards it as fast as we can.
Yeah, thanks for that, because I think it's important right now with what happened and the way it was a little politicized with it, but you guys are on top of it, sounds like, and shortly going to have it rectified. I had another question, and I know as we just ended our fiscal year, and interested to see if there's, I know it's still preliminary numbers, and not everything is done yet, but there is a very significant concern about the police budget, and maybe you could tell us what some of the preliminary numbers of what they might have left in the budget last year, what maybe there needed to be an adjustment, or is there a modification, but maybe just quickly.
I'm gonna ask Dean on any numbers. I can let you know, like for the sworn personnel, sort of a quick rundown. With the council approving the 3 held positions, so the authorized sworn positions are 47. We are having to include those 3 extra. We're going to have to take one of those and use it for the school resource officer. The school said we don't need, they're not in class, so they didn't need one at the moment. So we had to move that officer back into one of the regular slotted positions. So that's that one. Currently available sworn, this is total sworn, there's 33 officers, and that does include the police chief and the captain. So 31 that are technically out in the field. The police chief, he was out there at 5 or whatever it was in the morning doing another call. If you look at the current sworn, there's 42, but that also includes 6 that are in the academy, which is fabulous. We haven't had 6 in years. We have 2 that finished the academy in May of 2020, so now they're in the field training officer portion of it, so they're doing the ride-alongs to get the field training and assessments done. And we do have one that is on light duty right now. We have a captain vacancy that's been there for over a year, but that's due to the hopes that we can do a reorganization and structure it a little differently. Possibly instead of 2 captains, you have 1 captain and 2 lieutenants, because we don't have any lieutenants at the moment. 1 sergeant vacancy for 4 months, a corporal vacancy for 4 months, so a total of 5 sworn vacancies. However, the good stuff, 4 new police vehicles. You've probably seen a little article on 4 new vehicles that have come in. 2 police officer trainees, I just said that, completed the academy in May. And the chief did redirected Homeland Security funds to implement the 2-factor ID requirements for what's called the California Law Enforcement Telecommunication, or CLETS system, which includes keyless entry to the station. So they have to go through a process. Like I had to be re-verified that I can get access to that secured building. It's not, going in helter-skelter, do what you want. So it's a very in-depth process. And they just recently, last week, upgraded the station lobby doors for more secure doors, and he was able to use Homeland Security funds to put those in. So that's what I have. Now Dean's got...
Well, as far as the money, does this work?
Yep.
Hear me? All right, right I think last time I gave an update to the council, my projection was 318,000 that they didn't spend of their budget. Keep in mind that we house non-departmental salary savings. We had about 800,000 in the budget. We put it there because we don't know where that vacancy is going to be, so it's at large. We had the city manager that was able to hold at his discretion to try and balance the budget. I just did a poll and it's around 341. So, but also to mention some other things we did for the police is we got them a HVAC system, a new system that was about 120,000. That was well overdue. So
That HVAC, they'd been without one for 3 years, so they would be 50-some degrees in the wintertime, and it doesn't get too hot here, but it gets very, very stuffy and humid in there, and so we had to go spend that.
That's definitely a good upgrade. So in your best efforts, I know not trying to discuss, we're good to go. It's not a budgetary issue with staffing levels at the police department.
No, we're like I said, we have 6 more coming. The HR will be doing a testing again to see if we can fill the remaining spots.
to mention also, piggyback on that, part of the council action when I came here in July was to unfreeze those 3 positions and also lower that at large citywide vacancy so we can fill officers.
So we're good to go.
Yeah.
All right.
We're making very good strides. The part we have to remember is if those 6 or 8 come out, they're still rookies, so we still have to have the training before we can do other
Sure.
things. So.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll come back to the agenda. Next on the agenda is our consent calendar items. To call in and make public comment on any item on the consent calendar, please call 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your PC, radio, or television when you call. Again, the number is 805-875-8201, and public comment on the consent calendar is now open.
If I
All
could-
items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted after one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless good cause is shown prior to the council vote. Any items withdrawn from the consent calendar for separate discussion will be addressed immediately before the second oral communication near the end of the meeting. The phone number for public comment is 805-875-8201. Madam Clerk, did we receive any written commentary?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
if I
Mayor
could-
Osborne, I have one correction to the grand jury report on homelessness. On our response letter, we skipped a piece that needed to be redlined. We weren't required to provide a response to item number 2 of the recommendations. We deleted the recommendation, but we forgot to delete our response to it. It didn't apply to the city of Lompoc. So I went ahead and prepared, unfortunately, only one copy with the red line. I don't know if you want me to pass it around up there, but I would recommend if you do make a motion to approve the consent item, we include something to eliminate that section since it's addressing something we really don't need to address.
So in the response letter, item number 2, delete the response because it wasn't required.
Correct.
Okay.
Where it says recommendation number 2, that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors and so on, that ends with the response all the way to the last bullet that says ensure geographic equity in the distribution and expenditure of funds.
Okay.
So that would be the completely redlined section.
Thank you. Again, the number for public comment is 805-875-8201. And while we wait to see if there are any calls on it, there's also an adjustment to item 2 on consent calendar. We received an updated list of, item actually 3, of the updated claimed slate dated checks, and 2 more have been claimed. So there is an adjusted list, and it has been presented to council. Seeing no calls, we'll close public comment and bring it back to City Council. Councilmember Mosby.
If I could, not necessarily want to pull an item, but just, because Consent calendars usually routine items. I think maybe we could read a little bit into the record of item number 4, because I think that's a little bit more than just a routine item. I don't know if the city clerk wanted to do it, or if Mr. Luther is here, or somebody. Just what it is quickly and the dollar value in there. I think it's important for the public to know. Asphalt is important. Yeah, asphalt definitely.
I don't have a copy of the staff item, but
Here,
it's basically, it's the next step in our asphalt rehabilitation project, where we went and we did a concrete project first. We did some deep asphalt patching, and now we're going to do a cape seal on several streets throughout the city. And so we opened bids, and we had a pretty good, we had 4 bidders, and all of them were within our construction estimate, and the low bidder was $1,913,000. And it's American Asphalt South, which have done work in the city before.
so this is paid by Measure A money, correct?
It's Measure A, gas tax, primarily road funds.
I know you guys have been working hard putting this together, and yeah, congrats on that. $2.2 million is the total on that, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other council requests? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Mosby.
I make the motion to approve with the updated list, as well as the other recommendation from staff on the grand jury item.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. We don't have any staff presentation announcements or requests, so we will open the floor for oral communications not on the agenda regarding city matters. The number to call is 805-875-8201, and you will have 3 minutes to speak to items not on the agenda regarding city matters. Again, the number is 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your PC, TV, or radio when your call is put through. Madam Clerk, did we have any general oral communications?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Once again, the number for oral communications is 805-875-8201, and you have 3 minutes maximum. Seeing no one call, we will close oral communications and bring it back to the council agenda. Item number 6 is the Lompoc Police Incentive Homebuyers Assistance Program, and we have multiple staff to present this. Who's up for bat? Christy Alarcon will do the presentation.
I'm going to do it from there, so in case I have to answer the phone. I'm a multitasker.
Eh, that's what we ask of our staff these days.
I guess. No, I have to answer the phone. I drive.
While we wait to have the presentation put up, the number to call once we have this discussion for public comment is 805-875-8201.
So good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, and community members watching from home tonight. I'm Christy Alarcon, Community Development Director for the City of Lompoc, and tonight's presentation will be on a police incentive homebuyer assistance program. So to provide a quick background, since May 2016, the Community Development Department has been administering a homebuyer assistance loan program funded by the Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Since that time, since the beginning, the city has allocated $3,337,500 for the loans and grants through the homebuyer assistance program. Those loans and grants would assist low and moderate income households to purchase their first homes in Lompoc. The program has been extremely successful. We've expended to date $3,222,652. I always have a hard time with those really long numbers. There's a current balance of $189,105, but don't get all excited with that small amount because it's already spoken for. We have about 4 households currently in housing search with the limited market stock. They're trying to find something that they can buy here in Lompoc. So, since its inception, the program has provided, updated since then, we had 2 more loans closed recently, so 51 first-time home buyers or 135 individuals when we look at the household compositions. They've been able to purchase their first homes and within the city of Lompoc. And they make up a whole variety of races, ethnicities, disabled, seniors, working families, single persons. We see all different types of people qualifying for our program. So the existing homebuyer assistance program, just to give an overview of it, it's a secondary loan of up to 18% of the home purchase price, or maximum loan of $65,000, whichever is the lower, and the loan term of 30 years with simple annual interest at 3%. There are no interest or principal payments due until the end of the loan term or upon sale. And in addition to the loan piece, we offer the closing cost grant of up to $7,500. Because of the funding source being the Housing Trust Fund, there are restrictions with regards to the income level that we can assist. And that chart there shows you 1 person, 2, 3, and 4 for household size and the maximum household income for such. And that's as of April 2020. So every year between February and April, we get the new income limits. So they went up significantly this year. So kind of getting us to where we started tinkering with a police officer incentive program. November 2019, Community Development Division staff working with the police department and our Human Resources Division, there was an idea that this existing homebuyer assistance program could be used as a recruitment incentive for city's police recruitment efforts, perhaps even for retention. And the program was drafted with the following guidelines, which were They would have to be, it eliminated the first-time homebuyer requirement, but they would have to be a newly hired Lompoc Police Department and Lompoc Police Department officer. There would be no upfront fees required. We talked about reducing the interest rate to 0 while they were active duty participants in the Lompoc Police Department. And then if they separated or were no longer providing service, then they would keep their loan, but they would start to accrue interest at 3%. So from there, we came up with all kinds of fun options. We kind of narrowed it down to 3. And so I'll kind of give you some background. I'm not going to really go into depth on the options because, again, these were all, thoughts on how we can make an attractive program that would incentivize new hires to come into Lompoc, incentivize them to buy homes in Lompoc, become a part of the community. And then the other piece was that retention piece. How do we keep them? How do we incentivize them to stay? So, and that's where we started coming up with this forgiveness component. All of these numbers are flexible. This is a program creation. These are not hard-tied numbers to anything. This is just an idea when we looked at other jurisdictions and what they were doing. So this is the most liberal one of the 3 options. All of them end at 100% being forgiven at 20 years. And this one starts at 25% for the first 5 years. So it kind of incentivizes them, if he's here 5 years or she's here 5 years, they might say, oh, I'll stay 10 years because my loan will be forgiven at 50%. So there's other stuff that comes into play if we try to do something like that, and we'll talk more about that. Again, the other options are here, but there is not much difference except in that forgiveness piece. At what rate do we start forgiving, and at what percentage we forgive the loan at. And then repayment of the loan, we tied it exactly to the product we offer now with the Homebuyer Assistance Program. Was if you're an active duty officer, you would have no monthly or annual payment due. And mind you, this is the second loan. This is the second mortgage. So we've already vetted this product through our first-time lenders to all of our banks that provide the first-time loans. So we were trying to streamline this and not have to create a new product that would have to be vetted again through all of those lenders and their underwriting teams. So this is something we know when they calculate debt-to-income ratios, loan-to-values, things of that nature. They consider this a certain way, which allows us to maximize the purchase power of our borrowers. So if an officer were to terminate, a balloon payment of principal and interest would be due, and it would be depending on whether or not we did that forgiveness piece or not. So this is another kind of option out there. This is one of the terms that is already in the Homebuyer Assistance Program. And let me go back one. And then we were also looking at how do we certify, or we should have some level of monitoring that occurs. And one was evidence of city employment in good standing as a Lompoc police officer, annually certification of that. And then we got into, you always come up with these great programs that in theory should be awesome. And then you start to look at the limitations of those programs. So the program didn't move forward due to the inability to have an entry-level police officer income qualify under the existing program. Again, this was because of the funding source we were using has income restrictions. So you'll see here, if I can reach, an entry-level police officer, I guess, is at about $84,301.88, to be precise. And that is without overtime. It's my understanding there aren't many officers who do not get overtime. But even if we took that one person who is an officer and we tried to qualify them, they wouldn't qualify under our existing program, even if miraculously they never had to work overtime, because a one-person household, the limitation is $73,750. So then you try to get creative and say, how can we make them qualify? Does he have a wife that doesn't work, or a partner in the home that is a lower income level earner and maybe a child? So then you kind of think about, well, maybe if they were a 3-person household, maybe we could make this work. And then again, in doing that, you're really kind of, you're not making a program that's accessible by all of your new police officer hires. And so then there's a question of fairness, and is this really aimed at doing what we intended it to do? So what we did run into, and I'll be real open with this, we had a few officers actually apply for our homebuyer assistance program as it currently stands, and none of them could qualify due to income. And the big kicker was their overtime earnings. It always kicked them over the maximum household income. So that was a big issue. So I would say for us, that was probably the biggest deal killer in trying to move forward with this, is it just didn't seem feasible. And I would hate to put something out there that you're setting people up to tell them no, getting their hopes up, I guess. So the other piece that came up when we were talking about the forgiveness options was typically when you forgive any kind of debt, it's considered income. So there would be tax implications. And we would be remiss if we didn't look further into that to educate our borrowers, our officers who chose to participate in this program, that they could get hit with a nice little tax bill at the end of the whole process. So after thinking about it, going back and forth, in order to make this program feasible and to really offer it to all levels of police recruits, the program would need to be funded with a funding source that did not carry any income restrictions. And so that rules out the homebuyer assistance program and the trust fund. And to add to that, the trust fund, as I talked about in the fiscal piece of where we're at with the trust fund, we're tapped out until we used it all up. Yay for us. We got a lot of people housed, but we went through the funding fairly quickly. And until we get some more development that chooses to pay the housing in lieu fee, that fund will continue to be tapped out. That's how it gets its revenue. So other fiscal consideration is with regards to the loan servicing of the loans. So currently, the Community Development Division services all affordable housing loans. Current loan portfolio is 140 loans. So we really would have to evaluate if we wanted to move forward with something, how many loans we were anticipating doing, and then think about how we were going to fund the servicing and administration of the program. The staff, we are one deep. We have one person in our Community Development Division that oversees our affordable housing, and that position is primarily funded with CDBG administration funds and Lompoc Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars. It would not be appropriate to utilize those two funding sources for the administration piece of a general fund funded project. So we would have to have a little bit of funding in order to be proportionate in the time spent on those. So that would be something we'd want to consider. And then again, the same piece that came up earlier we talked about was the potential tax implications of anything we do where we are going to be doing any forgiveness of loan balances. And then any potential issues that would create for our employee who participated in the program. So in conclusion, I think we all feel that creation of this program and the ability to offer our Lompoc Police Department a homebuyer assistance program would encourage new hires for Lompoc PD and community safety by placing police officers in Lompoc neighborhoods, and could be structured to incentivize officers' terms of employment and improve the tenure of our officers and the police department as a whole. So we love the idea of creating a program such as this and making it work, but I think there are some workarounds we're going to have to do, and the most challenging one is going to be how we're going to finance it. So thank you. I'm available for any questions, as are the rest of the team, which is Jim, Gabe, and even Dean. So let us know what you need.
Thank you to all of you for the work you've done to investigate how we could do this. I'm saddened that there appears to be a lack of funding source to do this, and this isn't something we could implement right away, but I do thank you for all the hard work on that. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, likewise, thank you. Approximately a year and a half ago when I made this request to investigate, I just happened to be reading Santa Barbara's CAFR in their note 15. They have a program. It's not quite as complicated as ours. They call it the MLAP, Employee Mortgage Loan Assistance Program, that they do for their officers. So similar, but it doesn't have the limitations and the funding. In their case, it was a general fund. My suggestion is, as we go forward, that we keep looking at grant opportunities. I think Prop 64, we have potentials for significant amount of revenue coming in of that 20% tax that the state is charging to cannabis facilities. As they state there's a majority of that revenue will come back to local jurisdictions. So as we move progressively on, could be millions of dollars of revenue coming that could help do a program like this or offset. But I think one-time expenses like that is what you want to use for a grant. And city manager's nodding yes. So I didn't make copies for everybody, but I think it's something we keep on the tip of our tongue. And I think it's page 84 of 2 years ago, note 15, Santa Barbara's CAFR. In their case, what they did, and again, I think we need to look at all these measures and look and research for a grant. We have a grant writer position now, and there's opportunities out there, and as they come across, be ready to formulate and put something together that can work. In the case of Santa Barbara, the employee had a 5% down, bank provided a first deed loan of 80%, and the city funded a 15% second. And where they gave up some relief was up to 4 points on the loan, and the longer you stayed, the more of those points were forgiven. They weren't quite as big as the program that Ms. Alicorn had put together up here, but it still gave an incentive and was able to get people in. So I appreciate you putting that together. Coincidentally, a couple months prior to me seeing this, you guys already had something you were in discussion with. So I think it's something we can try to look for in the future. And a lot of times you're looking for grants, you're thinking of your need helps drive the direction of your search for grants.
Councilmember Vega.
Christie, under the CDBG guidelines, you know, the families from 1 to 4, is that mandated that you categorize it individually as families of 1, 2, 3, and 4? Or do we have any flexibility there on how we bundle that?
So through the Homebuyer Assistance Program, it's actually not funded with CDBG. It's funded with the Lompoc Housing Trust
Gotcha.
Fund. So HCD's guidelines are with the moderate income level. And yes, it is mandated that whomever is in the household, so if you have, some households have grandpa, mom, dad, teenage daughter, son, and little guy, and that's a household of 7. The challenge with that is, I know mom and dad might be the only ones on title and on the loan, but when we look at income for qualifying, we're looking at all 7. So if that teenage daughter has an income, that comes into play, mom and dad and grandpa. So we take the whole household's income. So we did max it out. We took it to the highest level we possibly could with that program, which is the 120%, which is moderate income. But that's as high as we can go.
I guess my question is, if you categorize these people, so you know you have a couple, 2 people, no extras, and if you were to bundle them and say they were a family of 4, okay? Since they have no kids, no income, you can't do that. Is that correct?
Nope, if they're 2 people, they're 2 people.
They're 2 people, okay. Overtime, as far as you're qualifying, okay, is it mandated that you consider overtime?
Yes.
Because many lenders don't do it that way.
Yes.
Okay, not unless the police department is guaranteeing that overtime is guaranteed, and that's an issue going
Right.
forward or backwards, okay?
We do. So we use HUD Part 5 for calculating our income. We use the HUD income calculator. There's some deductions allowed that you get to take off the top of their income. But yes, we look at the historical data for 1 year, and then we look at projecting forward. Again, the officers even the one that was a new hire that we considered, when you looked at just his base salary, because he was a new hire, we thought, okay, how can we make this work? His base salary he was only a household of 2. He still did not qualify because his base salary was over a 2-person household.
I got you. But a family of 4, without counting the overtime, would qualify, right?
If he had just been hired and he was a family of 4, wife didn't work, no other income in that household, might qualify.
And I'm asking...
Getting by the skin of their teeth, basically.
Gotcha. And I appreciate the work you're doing. I'm just wondering as far as overtime is sporadic. I'm trying to find a loophole here.
Yeah.
From which we can do this, because I know with most lending institutions, overtime's not guaranteed unless the PD is going to guarantee that they're going to have that income. So it would be unfair to categorize them and pre-qualify them on something that could be just 2 or 3 months of heavy overtime.
Right. Our Homebuyer Assistance Program, we calculate bonuses, so oftentimes our debt-to-income ratio on our end is different than the first mortgage lender because they have different criteria they have to follow.
Again, I appreciate it, the information, but at the same token, this was a program we created, correct?
The Lompoc Homebuyer Assistance Program was created within the constraints and regulations of the trust fund.
I got you. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for staff before we open it for public comment? Seeing none, we'll open the floor for public comment on item 6. You may call 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio if your call is put through. 805-875-8201. Madam Clerk, did we have any written commentary?
No, ma'am.
805-875-8201. Please mute your TV, PC, or radio when your call is put through. 805-875-8201.
It works.
Seeing no one call in, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to council. Councilmember Mosby.
Again, thanks staff for bringing this. I think that what we should look at is make a motion that this come back at the next budget cycle to be part of the discussion, or if a grant opportunity becomes available to implement some of the ideas that either Santa Barbara has or some of our other programs.
Do I have a second on this motion?
I'll give you a
Councilmember Cordova.
I'll give
No,
you a
I-
second on that.
No, thank you.
So we have a motion to return this discussion at a next budget cycle or a grant opportunity, and a second. Any other questions or clarifications? Gildas seconded. Councilmember Reagan.
I have a question. I think that during this COVID experience that we're going through, when the next budget cycle comes up, when is that, Mr. Albro, if I could ask, okay? Is it going to be a length of time, or is it going to be something really nearby?
Well, we start the process, and we've actually already started the process, but we formally start internally in October. We do personnel changes and requests, capital improvement requests. By the time it gets to council, it's more like January through March for the first round, whatever, and then.
I guess my concern is we're going to bring back something to look at, and we have no funding. And I don't think we're going to have any funding on our next budget issue. It's something to bring back. I just don't know if that's too soon. Because obviously we had a presentation here and we have no funding mechanism here. Even though I think it's a good incentive to attract a new prospective police officer or fire personnel, but it's a question. I want to ask if that was even feasible to bring this back, and then talk about it another 20 minutes to know we don't have any money.
Yeah, the budget's due June 30th. We have to have it finalized.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mosby.
All I'm asking is to come back and say have it funded or otherwise, just to keep it on the tip of their tongue. It might only be seconds of discussion on that, but make sure that it doesn't disappear. That's all I'm asking.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Item number 7 is discussion of amendments to the handbook for commission committees and board members relating to future agenda items, requests, and cancellations of meetings. And our city attorney, Jeff Malave, will make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. We're here at this agenda item tonight because of a council request from a few meetings ago made by Councilmember Vega to take a look at the commission, committee, and board member handbook and potential amendments for requesting future agenda items and cancellation of meetings. According to the Brown Act, the city council, or whatever the legislative body is, the commission or the board, can make their own rules or procedures for requesting future agenda items or for cancellation of their meetings. Here in Lompoc, we have the city council adopt those rules, and they are both in the city council's handbook and also in the handbook for commission, committees, and boards. The handbook for commission, committees, and boards does not have a clear process for commission members to request future agenda items at their meetings. On page 36 of the handbook, it lists agenda item at subsequent meeting as part of a section called meeting follow-up in the outline of a meeting, but it doesn't go into further detail than that. In contrast, the Lompoc City Council's handbook is very clear that if a council member wants to request a future agenda item, then the council makes a request at a public meeting, and if it gets 2 other votes from the rest of the council, then that item is brought back to a future agenda. So in practice, what the city has done is we've used that same rule for our commissions, committees, and boards. And the commissioners have waited until the end of one of their meetings to make a future agenda item request, and they use the same practice as the city council uses. With regard to canceling committee or board meetings, the handbook for commissions does say on page 33 that before every meeting, the chairperson and the staff are supposed to get in contact with each other to discuss the agenda. And obviously, if there are no agenda items, there's nothing to discuss. And if the chairperson is okay with it, then the meeting is canceled. So the issue that was the genesis of this item is because if a commissioner on one of our commissions wants to request a future agenda item, they have to wait until the end of their next meeting to do so. But then the next meeting could get canceled because there's no business. And therefore, the commissioner doesn't have the opportunity to request their future agenda item. So we can fix this by adopting a rule in the Commission, Committee, and Boards Handbook. And I've put here in the staff report 4 different options for making amendments, and then option 5 is to just make no change. So just to go through options 1 through 4, option 1 would be to hold every commission meeting, whether there's anything on the agenda or not. And that would obviously allow a commissioner to request a future agenda item at any meeting they want, because no meetings would be canceled. But it would also probably result in many very, very short meetings with no public attendance. So option 2 is if a commissioner wanted to request a future agenda item, then between meetings, they could just request, or they could contact the chairperson of their commission. And then when the chairperson and the staff talk before the meeting, the chairperson will have a duty to notify staff that a commissioner wants to make a future agenda item request, and then they'll hold the meeting. They'll conduct the meeting so that the commissioner can make their request at the end of that meeting for the future agenda item. Option 3 kind of bypasses that chairperson step. So if a commissioner wants to request a future agenda item, they can just directly contact staff, and then staff will hold the meeting, the next meeting, so that the commissioner can make the future agenda item request. And then option 4 allows a commissioner between meetings to contact staff, and then staff will just directly place that item on the next meeting agenda without having to have it requested by a majority of the commission. Staff just puts it on the agenda at the request of the single commissioner. And I put that if the council wanted to choose this option, then it'd probably be a good idea to have a deadline before a meeting for the request to be made so that staff has some time to prepare their discussion and to put it on the agenda. And I proposed 10 days, but it's up to council discretion. Option 5 is make no change. And I guess as a final reminder, as I discuss here in the last paragraph of the staff report, is that it's always been the rule, and it will continue to be the rule, that the commission does not have the authority to spend public funds unless the council authorizes the commission to. So a commissioner who makes a future agenda item request will not be able to make a request that is going to cause staff to have to spend a significant amount of staff time to prepare the agenda item, because that is an expenditure of public funds, and only the council can do that. So I put the example here in the staff report that if a commissioner wanted to have an agenda item to discuss speed limits, just talk about them and maybe make some recommendations to the council, then that's fine. But if a commissioner wanted to have an agenda item and have staff go out and do a field study to determine the average actual speed limit that's being driven on every street in town, that would be a significant expenditure of staff time. And the commission would need to have council approval before they directed staff to do that study. So that concludes the staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I do have a question about option 4. I think that one of the things about our committees and commissions and boards is that it is great experience and potential training for those interested in running for council. And I find option 4 dangerous as a practice because it doesn't follow a respectful Brown Act interpretation. So for me, I think option 4 isn't an option because we as a council don't get that, and it's a bad habit to start practicing something that isn't good practice. I think option 2 or 3, if we're going to make a change, are better, and personally I think option 3 works well because it doesn't preclude the chairperson an additional responsibility necessarily. But I am concerned that option 4, in the spirit of the Brown Act, might be it's an exception that could be made, but I think it's a bad habit to set a precedent on. And just curious why you might have presented it without thinking it through that lens.
I thought it through the lens of the Brown Act, and I think it is not a violation of the Brown Act to have one commissioner be able to put things on the agenda. It is just not a common practice. But like you say, the council members don't even have that authority to put things on council agendas.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Cordova.
I'm not in favor of 3 or 4. If I was going to adopt anything, it would be number 2, or if I was going to support the adoption of anything, it would be number 2. However, I do have a problem when we say that it is a common practice, but if it's not written in the handbook, in the commission handbook, why isn't it written in the commission handbook? I think that if we're going to verbally say and publicly say that it's a common practice, then it should be written in the handbook. I know I've seen the public comment on it too, and I've talked to certain people, and they say, well, maybe there should be no change because it follows what the council is doing. But again, why can't we just write it into the handbook as what is written in the council handbook and make sure that it covers that so that people on our commissions serving, that they formally understand, because clearly we have an issue with people being able to fully be able to participate or understand or maybe even interpret what is currently there right now. And I did have a question on the paragraph where it says under all of the above options, that it limits them being able to, I guess, request staff to do something that would incur cost. Is that also written in the handbook, clearly stated in the handbook that they cannot do that it would have to come to the council first?
I do not believe that is currently
I didn't think
written
I
in
saw it in there. So I would personally think that needs to be addressed so that our commissioners understand what their boundary line is.
Councilmember Vega.
The intent of the request is because there have been a concern from other commissioners. Because when the meetings are canceled, no one is notified. We're looking to cause a little bit more cohesiveness so that meetings or less meetings are not canceled, so to speak. So I wouldn't be in favor of going around the protocol of what the intent was, but there are commissioners that have had council requests, and maybe if we had a path where the council request was made and the meeting would not be subject to cancellation if there was a request on the books. So I look at these options here, and I think that an easy way to solve this would be option 2 is basically the one I would be more in favor of. The mayor mentioned option 3. Yes, that could be an option. I'm just looking for the easiest way to be in compliance to allow someone to do similar to a council request that we would have prior to any meetings being canceled, because that would be an excellent time for us to shore the boat up and allow them to have that conversation. Wouldn't be any additional cost. Right now, during the COVID thing, it's something different, but we're talking about afterwards. So just trying to make sure that the commissioners feel their time is valuable and that their requests are taken seriously, because I think sometimes, as we all know, there are commission meetings that are just canceled and nobody knows why. We don't even know why. So I'm trying to make sure that we value their time also as volunteers.
Councilmember Mosby.
Another item that we've done a couple times, I know it's been questioned before, and that's when the council made a directive that something go back to a commission for discussion. It's not in the handbook that says we can do that. Is it just that we have the ability to do that?
That one may be in the handbook, that if the council wanted to send a discussion down to a certain commission and have them take a look at something, that the council can do that. But I think what maybe you're referring to that's not in the handbook is when the commission wants to have a staff report on something that will take a significant amount of staff time, they have to ask the council if they can get that staff report done. And the council has voted on directing that to happen before as well.
Yeah, they can, as majority, come and ask the council to
Right.
allow, yeah. But I know there was a question about that, but I know we've done it in the past. One was with the fee study. We kicked that down to a number of the commissions and such for discussion, so it has been questioned recently, this council have the authority to do that. Well, I think the three of us, three people could make a decision and pass something down. I think it would be a movement. One of the difficulties I've had in the past is that I had a commissioner who was trying to get an item on the agenda, and there was a point where they felt, other commissioners felt discussion was becoming on a request for a council request. And there's a fine line when you're making, a commissioner request. It's a fine line of making a request and how to get it forward. Out of courtesy, I've been a county park commissioner for a number of years, and out of courtesy, it's kind of looked at if somebody's passionate about it and it's something can move forward, it kind of gets brought on. It's not a real hard line that it doesn't happen. In this case, it became a hard line. It was actually discussed that they had to come to the council member to get the request. I was up here on the dais willing to make those requests to try to get a commissioner for discussion. I think I even came to you, the city attorney, to try to get something on. It was being fought that hard, and I know my commissioner was passionate about it. I know the public was passionate about it because there was 112 people showed up that next meeting when they finally got 4 items on for discussion, and they had some viable discussion. What it was about the cameras that are doing well for the town and such, but there's so it doesn't need to be so overly complicated and butting heads to get items on the commission. And I think that's what we're seeing with the level of discussion. These groups, they need to be the interface, and the city staff, I'd like them to embrace the interface. With the utility commission, when I was on before and gone to most of their meetings, there's a great interface that goes on with the utility commission, and they're overseeing $100 million worth of billing a year. And there are requests, and my commissioner has been told no several times because some of the items were a little potentially expensive. And if that needs to go, then it needs to go up here, and we pass it down. Or I guess the city manager, if he saw that and it's under his numbers, he could make a modification for that as well, correct? Yeah, so the city manager says yes with a head nod. But I appreciate what you got forward. It does fill in some of the blanks because there has been question of how to get something on. And if commission meetings were continually canceled, even some of the people wanting to make a cry out for an appeal, not a full written appeal, but a cry out for the appeal, sometimes they could have a commissioner trying to make that as well. So it's one of the avenues. And I think you gave a number of great options here to do and make this book a little bit better. I think the difference between items 2 and 3, or one goes through a chairperson. One of the difficulties with going through the chairperson is if the commissioner had talked to one of the other people, then they would be limited talking to the chairperson. So it would limit their conversation to a different commissioner, only to the chairperson. So that becomes a limiting factor for discussion. Option 3 eliminates that by being able to go straight to staff. But I think you did a good job here filling some of the voids.
In Madam Councilmember Cordova, sorry.
My only concern with that is that by saying, out of courtesy, we should, if other commissioners don't feel that item should be brought forth, we don't get a courtesy here. If we don't get 3 votes, it doesn't go through. And so I don't really think that commission should be any different. And if it's something that they're that passionate about, I really feel that that's where the relationship between the council member and their commissioner should be, where they say, hey, this is a serious issue. And then, of course, on council, we have the right to do a council request and be able to bring it forth on a much bigger, platform. So I have a problem with saying give them the courtesy. Again, it undermines the whole point of being able to get a majority and how the commission or the body should work.
Councilmember Mosby.
There's definitely a big difference between council and the commissions. The commissions are advisory, so they're making discussion. Up here with making policy is big difference about making a policy under courtesy. Entering a discussion to give advice to the council is significantly different. It's entertaining the discussion. I think that courtesy has been extended to entertain discussion up here from the dais. Is when it comes to making policy, it's different.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I believe our staff report clearly states that our commission's handbook does not contain a clear procedure or rule for doing so. So I think by adopting one, which is my recommendation, by adopting one, we're able to provide a clearer picture for our commissioners and make it easier, make the process easier for them to be able to do this. And I think we're getting some possible ways that we can do that. Again, I'm not in favor of 3 or 4. I am in favor of 2 because number 3 undermines the commissioner's ability to be at least involved in the process. But number 2 clearly states that the commissioner will take it to the staff and make sure that it gets on the next. So again, I think that really our problem is not having a clear picture and just running off of practice.
Councilmember Vega.
I think it's a real simple process to simplify it and make it easier. What we're asking for is just permission for them to be able to request agenda items for discussion. We're not putting in here asking for a staff report or anything. These are just agendized items or agenda items that were for discussion. And in the event of cancellations, what they do is they basically fill in the need and they take away the cancellation, which provides more value to the commissioners. They get to show up. They show up for nothing. We have people that are wondering, okay, and especially, why did it get canceled? We don't even know. I think that it's a disservice for us not to allow them to at least put them under, whether we did it as a council request from them or to allow them to have a discussion. But as far as a staff report and requesting other work, that's not what the intent is here. This is just to allow them to meet, discuss. It takes away the cancellation of that meeting, and it takes value back to the commissions. You have commissioners on these commissions. I think everyone here wants them to feel valuable and that their time is spent well. So why not give them that latitude to have that discussion?
So I think we've asked all the questions of staff, and we should open the floor for public comment on this so that we can hear back from the community and any of our commissioners who might be listening to this discussion. So public comment on item 7 is open. The number is 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your PC, TV, or radio when your call is put through. The number is 805-875-8201. Madam Clerk, did we receive any written communications on this?
You had one written communication. It was delivered to the council, to staff, and it was put on the website under the agenda. It was from Mr. Ron Fink.
And the gist of his reply, I believe, was to make no changes?
Exactly.
Okay.
You've reached the Lompoc City Council meeting. Would you like to provide public comment? Okay.
Hello there. You now have 3 minutes to provide your public comment.
Hi, this is Leah Breitman, and I'm on the Utility Commission. And, it's difficult now because of COVID to get everybody to meet, especially now that we can't meet in the building. I think there should be a concerted effort to keep holding the meetings via Zoom. I'm no tech genius, but it's not that tough. You just got to do it a couple times. And I'm sure that, any commission members who need help could certainly reach out to staff to just get any guidance about how to use Zoom properly. I also don't think that commission members should be able to request items that are going to take up a lot of staff time because we have so few staff. If it's something really important, once again, the commission member can, talk to their council member and perhaps get it on the council agenda. Anyway, there should be a more concrete way that is described thoughtfully in the handbook that lets commission members request agenda items for discussion. I think that's important. But we also don't want to take up a lot of staff time with just sort of extraneous wild goose chases. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you. The number's 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your PC, TV, or radio when your call is put through. 805-875-8201. Seeing no one call in, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to council. I think that we definitely need to modify the handbook for some clarity, and it sounds like there is support for option 2, that between meetings, if a commissioner desires to request a future agenda item, the commissioner notify the chairperson. Prior to the cancellation of the meeting, the chairperson shall notify the staff that the meeting must be held so that the commissioner can make the future agenda item request at that meeting. I would, again, suggest a time frame there simply because I know that waiting till the last minute is often a problem for staff. And so I'm not clear if maybe a 5-day notice would work, something along those lines of we need to at least hold a meeting so that the commissioner can make their requests and it can be voted on. And so 5 days out, the chairperson be notified by any of the commissioners to notify staff that they do need to conduct the meeting. I do think that maybe some clarification on reasons for cancellation in the handbook might be needed to be noted so that people better understand. I know that we have seen commission meetings canceled due to lack of agenda items, that there is cancellation due to lack of quorum. So I'm maybe noting what some of the reasons for a cancellation would be and the time frame that we would hope to have that information. So again, the idea that this handbook is something that clarifies for our committees and commission members what their workload looks like, what their commitment looks like, and helps them be better commissioners is really important. So I absolutely respect Councilmember Vega's concerns and requests, given some of our committees have ended up not meeting for almost an entire year without necessarily knowing more than lack of quorum or lack of agenda item. So I would make a recommendation that we adopt option 2, add a 5-day window for notification to the chairperson and staff, and add some clarification on notifications for cancelizations. Councilmember Mosby.
So question of the city attorney with option 2. So the complication I see is with 2 is if a commissioner had to discuss with another commissioner that wasn't the chairperson and then came back to put an item on, would that potentially be a violation?
That's a good concern. It's a good issue that you spotted. I think if a commissioner had already talked with another commissioner about the item, and then they wanted to request the item, when they contact the chairperson, they would need to be very careful to just say, I want to request an item, or they could quickly describe the item, but not get into a discussion about it. Just to notify the chairperson that they want to have a meeting.
So if they did option 3 and went to the staff, it'd be less of a chance? There wouldn't be a chance.
It would eliminate that issue.
It would eliminate that chance. And I think that's the difference between those two is you have an opportunity of potentially violating the Brown Act with option 2, much easier, and you wouldn't with option 3, with the same result. So I would ask the mayor to reconsider option 2 and look at option 3, and with option 3, just put your 5-day requirement in there. You'd end up with the same result with a less chance of violating the Brown Act.
While I hope all of our committee members and commissioners are aware and understand the Brown Act and avoid violating it, I can concede that argument, and I'm willing to make that adaptation to the recommendation and motion. Councilmember Vega.
Question for the city attorney. It looks like the options here for cancellation, the staff can cancel at any time. So to prevent some of this also could have been with prior notice that a meeting is subject to cancellation, maybe putting another restriction on there, but it prevents a Brown Act conversation, because no one knows about it also. But it's just a thought. The mayor did say something about timeframes, and Councilwoman Cordova also asked about timeframes. Maybe there's something there that we should add to say 5 days prior, 6 days prior, that the commissioner has to make a request once notified. But I'm not sure how the notification comes out, because basically when you cancel, you basically could have the meeting canceled on a Wednesday that was supposed to be on a Friday, just as an example. So I'm not sure if that's even practical.
I think the way that it would work if we did option 2 with the 5-day deadline is that commissioners would be able to contact staff anytime more than 5 days before the meeting. And if they did and they wanted to make a request, then staff would hold the meeting. It wouldn't be canceled. But if you got to 5 days before the meeting and nobody had contacted staff to make a request to hold the meeting, then the meeting would be canceled because there would be no business. I think that solves the cancellation issue.
And I have, Mayor and Council, I have asked, when this was coming up, I asked staff, the department heads, when this goes on, those that are in charge of the different commissions, and 99.9% of the time, they do talk to the chairperson to see if that chairperson happens to be out and they can't get hold of, there's very, very few times, is my answer, that they had to do it without, asking the chairperson. But they do reach out to do that, to find out is there anything on it, and many of the times, like the library commission, the airport, there just isn't anything on it, so that's why they end up canceling so many times.
Mr. Troop, if I could ask, as council members, and we are the appointees to these commissioners, we don't get notified either that these meetings are canceled.
We can,
Yes, we do. We actually get notices. They're put in our mailboxes, and we get them emailed to us.
I don't see them all the time, no.
Well, I've always get notifications of the cancellations. Our city clerk's quite proficient at notifying us. So yeah,
Is that something in the handbook that we get notified, or is that something's just happening?
I don't know if it's in the handbook, but Stacy has been putting out all the time.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to throw stones, I'm just trying to say, hey, what's the format? You
Yeah,
know,
no,
what do
I
we
knew
do?
she was putting it out. I just wanted to make sure that the staff wasn't just arbitrarily saying, we're not going to have a meeting this
Yeah,
month.
I know
or
for
this-
sure we're not getting a reason why it was canceled.
Usually it'll say on there, I believe, no quorum, no quorum.
Lack of agenda items, lack of a
agenda items.
quorum, yeah. Yeah. If one's given by the commission, sometimes it's just been a cancellation notice because the committee hasn't given notice as to why. So we could ask that they at least state that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I know that there's a motion on the floor. Was that a second by Councilmember Mosby?
I was trying to get the mayor to restate her motion.
Oh, okay. So that wasn't a second.
Well,
Yeah.
that was only my question, to see what she had, and then I'd
So it is a second. So, well, the reason I ask is because are we addressing then the fact that the handbook should be changed to effectively show a policy that mirrors when it comes to the council handbook where it states that there should be a majority among the commission to be able to put that item on the agenda unless, of course, and then also to make sure that in the last paragraph that the council or that the commission handbook also clearly states that there is a limit to being able to what the commissioner wants staff to do. And so I wasn't sure if that was going to be a consideration or if.
Those are both excellent points that you made that we could combine into the motion. So for clarity, the motion is to select option 3, have a 5-day notice for staff regarding a commissioner wanting to have the meeting because there is a request for an agenda item, that there be a majority support, like council, for that commissioner's request, that the request not be a financial burden, and if so, needs to come back before council as a council mandate back to the commission. And is there anything else I left out of that discussion?
Yes, you said 5 days. Could we say 5 work days?
5 work days is excellent.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mosby?
give you a second.
Thank you.
Courtesy second, see that?
Thank you.
Again, if I could re-clarify, you said majority by the council.
Oh, by the commission.
Okay, I
Sorry.
just want to re-clarify that, okay? And again, just for clarity, okay, we're taking the path of least resistance, which means to do nothing. So I'm trying to just make it a little bit better, okay? So basically, the agendized item that we're allowing them to do is agenda items for discussion, okay? Period. We're not asking them to ask staff to do anything else. Just let them discuss it. Let them talk about it. Let them vent with staff in order to have the meeting. Very simple. So thank you.
Any other clarification for the city clerk regarding the motion? Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Any additional questions or statements? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Item 8, discussion of city-operated downtown swap meet in the parking lot on I Street and Ocean Avenue, presented by our Recreation Manager, Mario Guerrero, Jr.
Hold on, let me give you first.
Councilmember Mosby.
So if I can ask the city attorney if we would be able to divide this in 2 parts, one being about a swap meet, and then second part would be a location.
Yes, and I think the reason you're asking is because Councilmember Starbuck has a conflict about the location. So the FPPC rules allow you to segment the discussion. So if you wanted to, we could have a segmented discussion, and the first discussion will be about whether to have a swap meet, and the second discussion will be about where to have the swap meet.
I guess
Thank you.
my question here would be towards staff. Is that going to work with what you're trying to do?
Yes.
On the location of the parking lot, I barely.
No,
That
the
I don't wanna
question
know.
is, can you split your presentation into first, if we had a swap meet, so that Councilmember Starbuck could participate, and if we decide to have a swap meet and the location is at Ion Ocean, then Councilmember Starbuck must recuse himself.
So I think you.
Yes, we can skip over slides.
We can skip over the slides. I think how the process works, we'll skip it over, come back to it. And
Or if you need a tiebreaker, I could show up again.
And then finally, for Councilmember Starbuck, do you want to participate in this discussion?
I would like to participate in the swap meet discussion, but obviously the location I'm not allowed to
Okay.
speak of.
So, Mr. Guerrero, if you can make the presentation while avoiding a location
Yes, I can
and
do
how a
that.
program might work if it was city-run
Sounds perfect.
on a potential city
in a
property.
generic parking lot anywhere in the city.
Well, wouldn't it have
Okay.
to be a city parking lot?
Yeah,
Because-
city-owned
okay,
parking
city-owned
lot, but a
parking lot
generic.
within the city limits. Okay.
Sounds great. Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, tonight we're here to discuss the discussion of a city-operated downtown swap meet. A little bit of background. On April 1st, 2014, a presentation to council was given to address operating and regulatory concerns raised by residential and commercial neighbors. Operating concerns, noise, trash, parking lot violations. Regulatory concerns were enforcement of a business license and seller permits. At that meeting, the city council expressed a general consensus that the swap meet had outgrown the location, and a number of suggestions were offered for changing the swap meet operations, including relocating, reducing operating hours, reducing the frequency, monthly or biweekly versus the weekly, and reducing the number of vendors allowed, and increasing the enforcement of business license and seller permits. At the meeting on July 15th, due to an inability to reach a consensus to address all the concerns with the swap meet concessionaire, the city council discontinued the service agreement. The discussion, the Recreation Division proposed a city-operated downtown swap meet to meet every Saturday. Conceptual, every Saturday, operations operated by the City Recreation Division would allow the direct oversight of operations to ensure enforcement of all the rules and the regulations as well. I guess I will skip that part, but we will go to the conceptual operations of the swap meet in the downtown area. The setup would be 7 to 9 a.m. One of the concerns was always by the neighbors was starting too early, so the hours of operation of the swap meet would be 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., with the cleanup being from the 3 to 5. The vendors would have to have a seller's permit with the state of California and a city of Lompoc business license. The general public, they would be allowed to sell merchandise 2 times a year at the swap meet without a permit or license. All the vendors, including the general public, will register at the Anderson Recreation Center in advance, and there would be no on-site registration. Vendor spaces, again, would vary in size to allow a vehicle if the desired. On-site, you would have the city staff, security, the trash, and the chemical toilets. And then to ensure that the city ensures the operation curb some of the negative impacts, then the staff would engage the community at Park and Recreation, the commission meetings, some public hosted workshops so we can inform all the public of the rules and regulations of the new swap meet. Fiscal impact.
The project revenue and expense is based on an average of $30 per day charge for each vendor, and on a 48-week operation. That's to account for significant weather for the swap meet that we wouldn't be able to operate. I know it's a little small, but the operational cost is approximately $40,000 a year, $21,000 and some change for staff, security at $8,400. And again, these are numbers then that would build up to those occupancies. We would evaluate as it goes along if the security would be needed. Toilets and trash, marketing, the miscellaneous. And again, for approximately 70 vendor spots, an occupancy of 50%, would have about $50,400 with a surplus of $10,400 at a 70% occupancy. We would have $30,500 surplus. An estimated surplus, again, for this operation could be used for capital improvements necessary for the downtown swap meet sites, such as striping, overlaying, landscaping items, and other items as needed. In addition to the estimated surplus, it could be used to help to defray other general fund operations. And then in conclusion, the previous swap meet was very popular to the residents of the Lompoc Valley and allowed the local vendors an opportunity to sell their goods in a safe and communal environment. A downtown swap meet would bring...
We don't need to talk about the rest of the slide.
Okay.
Location specific.
And in conclusion, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Councilmember Vega.
Mario, can you give me the definition between a vendor and the public selling at the swap meet?
So a vendor would just be in somebody that would be ongoing than more than two. So if you were just come in and wanted to sell kind of like a garage sale or a yard sale, you would be able to do two sales per residential the household in Lompoc. So if you wanted to be an ongoing seller, you would have to have a license through.
You know, I remember when this was a city agendized item and it was pulled off. One of my questions would have been the fact that we're using a garage sale rule for the swap meet, okay, 2 times a year. And I think the public should be able to come that live here and be able to pay for their space rent whenever they want. Okay, so I wanted to ask a question there. Okay, so what would be required if the public wanted to do that? And we took that restriction away for a garage sale permit because the object here is to make money. They're not in business professionally, you know, which I would consider a regular vendor who had a business. But I know there were people previously that used to just come over there and want to sell a few things, you know, and pay their space rent. And that's basically what we're trying to accomplish. Community involvement, give them something to do, and a revenue generation for the city. So I think I kind of want to ask you what the permit fee would be and what kind of permit could you do? Can the public purchase a permit and bypass that 2 free or 2 times a year?
I believe that that's a city ordinance, so it would be up to then the council body if they wanted to change that ordinance.
I've never heard of that ordinance. Because you know what happened here with the previous swap meet? We never had that restriction before.
Well, that was a restriction, but that was then the problem, trying to enforce that with the questionnaire and trying to get their reporting back to staff.
I got you.
It was almost impossible to get that.
I guess the question here is it because the city's running at this time that the ordinance applies? And I'm asking questions here, you know, so we can figure it out. Because if it's a community event, the community should be involved at will as long as they pay for their space rent.
Yes, that was then the biggest problem was with the concessionaire was trying to get
Right.
the vendors with their seller permits and which residential areas are doing that. So that was a constant trying to get that. And so for us doing it internally, we would have them the pre-register at the rec center, and they would be on the list, and we'd be able to track those addresses and also to keep track of all the permits firsthand.
I got you. I guess I don't like the restriction part of it for the public. This is a community event. The public should be able to, people of Lompoc should be able to attend.
So I
that thing if
do
they're willing to
believe,
pay.
I don't know if Mr. Malavi is prepared to answer it, but I do believe it's a state restriction that exists. And part of the problem was the prior concessionaire wasn't following the rules. And I think the second part we have to be very concerned about is for those brick and mortar stores around that are charging sales tax. One of the reasons you would want to limit the general public to 2 times a year without a permit or a license is so that they aren't abusing the lack of sales tax being paid or the brick and mortar competition that might occur. Say they're selling furniture and doing it on a regular basis. So the idea would be it's an opportunity that if the general public wanted to have a small business, getting a seller's permit through the state of California and getting a City of Lompoc business license isn't a difficult thing to do, and that as a community development department, we could easily put together an information sheet that if they come back for a third time, we would happily give them that sheet of how to apply for a seller's permit, how to get a City of Lompoc business license. I think that it is an opportunity to open the door for small business in a different mindset, but you want to be very careful not to have the general public abuse both the garage sale rules and a swap meet like this by not properly collecting the sales tax and properly having the right business license for conducting it. And I know we're putting you on the spot, and you might not know for sure what the state
Yeah,
rule
I
is.
have not looked into those rules for this item, but
Okay.
can at the request of council.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I appreciate your fill-in on that. I just don't agree that the public is a vendor unless they have a business license and they go get a permit. Because the city runs it doesn't change anything for the community. I understand the business tax, the business license and everything. They're going to go in, they're going to pre-register, they're going to pay for their space. So it's not going to be like before where the guy had everybody set up and he was going to charge everybody and ask them to declare their sales. And they declared a different amount of sales, or they didn't pay the city, what they were supposed to pay. So that was a management issue before, and I think that's why you would be there, and the recreation department would be there to prevent that from happening. So anyway, those are my comments.
Councilmember Mosby? Oh, City Clerk.
There are options for exempt business licenses as well. So if somebody is concerned about cost for a business tax certificate, there are options for people who sell items that they make themselves. That may be a concern for people who want to participate in an item like this, but may feel like they are restricted.
Okay,
So
great. We could, again, I think, put a tip sheet together about how to address all of those concerns. Councilmember Mosby.
Okay, so going through the internet to see what is the definition of a swap meet or flea market. Now, Wikipedia says is a type of street market that provides space for vendors to sell previously owned second-hand merchandise. Is that what you're looking at doing?
We're open, but the concept that I was putting out was trying to mirror the swap meet that was there, the previous, that kind of gave a outlet for all foods, would be the vegetables and fruits, as well as people selling goods.
One of the concerns I had before is it became a way for people to come up and bring mattresses from LA and sell mattresses there, where across the street and to the side, you had 2 people selling mattresses in brick and mortar businesses. In that competition, I don't think that's right or fair to take taxpayer money to subsidize a person over here while the other guy over there is being taxed to open that. I like the swap meet aspect as definition under Wikipedia. I think that works. I'm concerned as well that we have another market on the other side that's selling vegetables 7 days a week. Now, if you combine it with a farmer's market and the people are bringing product they're growing, I can support that. But when we had people coming with truckloads of oranges, and then the guy over here in the brick and mortar stores, he's got oranges, he can't sell them for the same price. And he's got huge overhead. So I'm concerned with that. If somebody's growing the oranges as a farmer's market, that's a different level. So there seems to be a few definitions of swap meet, and I think it's important that as we progress, we know which definition we're looking at. Dictionary.com calls a swap meet, they say, a fair or bazaar where objects usually secondhand are bartered or sold. So they're usually secondhand. So I think it's important as a council we know we're doing. I find it very concerning when we're having people go through planning commission meetings and everything else they have to go through to get something open, and then we have somebody else coming down and paying $30 a week and squeezing people out. I mean, I'll support the open air component. It's great that people getting out and doing there. But I really do believe we need to know. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're sure what direction we were looking at. If you're saying we're doing what we did before, it was very complicated going on. You had people selling CDs, brand new, you're directly competing. The second-hand aspect I can support.
I think one of the ways to solve this is not to call it a swap meet, but to call it a public market. It is a free market concept, and in the new realm that we are approaching with the change in the economy and people losing their leases, this may be a way for some of those that have traditionally been brick and mortar to continue to conduct business and potentially get back to a brick and mortar. So again, I think worrying about what it's called, call it a public market. I think that it's an opportunity for us to make sure of several things. A, it's managed appropriately, that it follows all of the state and local and county rules regarding the business that it is, whether it's a food truck, whether it's a farmer bringing his produce to the market, whether it's an Avon seller who just wants to set up once a week and make new contacts because it's difficult to do some of the traditional methods of selling, or if it's somebody who once a week wants to make and sell their home goods, such as masks. So I think what we're really trying to do is make sure that this is an opportunity that opens doors for as many people as possible, doesn't abuse the vendor-seller business license concept, allows somebody who's general public to sell merchandise a couple of times a year, and if they find they enjoy this and want to do it more, step up. And again, that oversight, providing a safe environment, making sure they're not parking in private parking lots surrounding it, not invading the neighborhood in an inappropriate way, and by making sure the city is overseeing it, we are making sure that those rules are followed and are respectful of the surrounding community. Councilmember Cordova.
So question, whether it be a swap meet or a public market, are we saying then that it's okay for them to sell new items as opposed to just secondhand items then?
I think the option's there for both. Again, it's a free market arena that in the past, at the previous swap meet, there were individuals who brought items in that were brand new and in package and sold, and they were required to have a California's reseller permit, and they should have had a Lompoc City of Business license permit. There were individuals who brought secondhand items. There were people who collected antique jewelry and costume jewelry, and they'd set up their booth, and so that's recycled, reuse, repurpose concept. And it was a mixture, and you had individuals that were both local organic farmers who grew themselves, and you had employees of farms that had secondhand fruit that might not be picked up by a distribution that were selling them. So you had a little bit of both. We had food trucks, we had food vendors, we had individuals that sold their Avon or Mary Kay products. So it was an interesting mixture, and it was an opportunity I think this community is missing out on, both for the social aspect, but also for part of the economic recovery.
Okay, and then my recommendation would be that we do maybe a 2-year evaluation period to see if in fact a part-time city staffer is sufficient for the regulations, or ensuring, I guess, all the items that we've just listed as, I guess, regulations, and that should the program fall negative at any point in time, that the requirement be put in that staff bring it to council immediately for consideration, because I would hate for it to become something where it becomes a general fund item that we're now paying out and nobody said anything and we forgot or we lost sight of it because maybe there's other things going on in the city, and then it becomes a cost to the city, whether inside or outside of that evaluationary period at any time. If it becomes an impact to the general fund, I think it needs to be brought back immediately to council.
Councilmember Vega.
Mario, I think, again, I fully support a swap meet for the community. The people loved it and they liked something and they just loved it. It was something to do in Lompoc. Yes, we're in this COVID mix where there's not much going to be happening for a long time. But my concern is, okay, so if a member of the public would be, and I'm just asking questions so we can vet this out at a later date possibly, that if a member of the public wanted to go get a business license, that should be sufficient if they don't have a business entity or a DBA before they have to go get a seller's permit, because they do not have a brick and mortar, they don't have a DBA. But if somebody wanted to sell more than once, and I guess I'm asking the question, is that something you're looking at where if they went and got a business tax certificate here at the city and they go and pay their space rent, it's not just the normal, just show up 2 times a year?
I guess that would be a discussion with the city clerk on that, because I'm only aware of the two aspects.
Yeah, and it is an entity, because normally a seller's permit is going to be somebody that has a location, someone there that needs to do that, and that's not something that we give.
That's a state regulation. A reseller's number is a state regulation.
And you
It's
don't have
not-
to have a physical location, you just have to supply an address when you apply for it.
And the city doesn't require that a state reseller's number is provided to us before we issue a business tax certificate.
Does it depend on the type of business?
That's a discussion between the person or the agency and the state.
I got you. It just doesn't jive with me. I get you because I understand the business concept of it, but just to go sell at a space in the swap meet doesn't make sense.
We
okay?
do have people
It's open air.
We do have people who are vendors at the farmer's market that do have seller's permits.
Yeah, I just don't think it's required, but that's okay. I got you.
Well-
I get it. No, I got you, and I would like to have that vetted by the city attorney if we're going to move forward with this.
And again, I think with staff, I mean, we're open to any concept that the council would
I just want the public
desire.
to be able to participate in the most simplest way possible, and then we get our revenue. That's all I'm looking for. You know, I understand we have rules and regulations. I'm just looking for another way. You know, you have a garage sale. We have an ordinance that says you can have a garage sale 2 times a year. You don't have to have a seller's permit for that. Thank you.
And I don't believe the requirement here is to have a seller's permit for that general public access. It's if you become a regular vendor that you want to change it to having a weekly garage sale at the site, then you would become a vendor. Those other 2 things would be required. It wouldn't put that burden on the general public 2 times a year permit. Councilmember Mosby.
One of the concepts I'm having difficulty with is allowing a free-for-all sales component down there. I would be willing to go forward with a concession that somebody had 25% new and 75% secondhand. I just have a difficulty going through and putting the other businesses out that are holding on out of business, that have bricks and mortar businesses in town. Remember, they're open 7 days a week, providing product 7 days a week. And likewise, even with the food, if somebody's a farmer's market where they have 75% stuff they're growing, bringing in 25%. I just think we really haven't decided on the definition of the swap meet yet. Which I mean, the mayor gave a suggestion that it's whatever, anybody selling new, what, I think it should be, as per definitions of swap meet, it's usually secondhand. And if we did a 75-25, I would be able to go to a concession at that level. I know there was a public comment that came, I believe it was to all of us, that was a concern that person had, was you're going to be affecting the brick and mortars if you allow a free-for-all.
So again, out of respect, I think it's very untenable to monitor what is new and what is secondhand, and I don't think that, again, a free market atmosphere, the restaurants already have to contend with food trucks due to the new rules. We already have to contend with random garage sales and individuals having special one-day events to sell things, and I think that getting overly complicated about what the definition is, whether or not it's new or secondhand, or what the percentage of it is, actually goes against the free market concept, and that a public market will self-support based on who attends, who patronizes it, what the charges, what's being sold. I think it's an organic thing that will self-determine, much like the brick and mortars are being determined as to who shops in them, what's available, and some have grown into physical locations out of the prior swap meet. So it is an opportunity to grow into a brick and mortar opportunity. Councilmember Mosby.
So in response to that, it's not a free market. You're calling it that. It's a subsidized market by taxpayer money to put somebody's business up to directly competing. And I just can't go out. These other businesses that are struggling out here, you watch the produce sales go down in some of your favorite markets when you have somebody out there bringing truckloads of product from Bakersfield in LA and coming up here selling it and putting these guys out of business in town with that. I was willing to try to give you a level of concession with that. And I would say the 25% as determined by staff. Staff could determine what's going on with that. But I mean, I can't support, as it was before, you had people selling birds, you had people selling ammo, you had people selling fertilizer, they were selling plants. If they were growing the plants themselves, that's different. If they went down to the LA market and brought these plants back, you're squeezing everybody out of town. And it's just, that concept I don't go with. I just see it's very difficult that you're doing a modified, subsidized market. Somebody's getting in for $30. The guy's filling up with truckloads of mattresses and furniture, brand new stuff, right across the street from two other businesses. And I definitely think they could get a concession with a 75-25, 25 being new. That would allow the person who's doing Avon to bring their Avon, but they still had some of the other items that were secondhand.
Any other questions for council, for our staff? Any questions, Mr. Starbuck? Okay. You wanted to participate in this conversation. I just wanted to make sure. Seeing no additional questions for staff, we'll open the floor for public comment. The number to call is 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your PC, radio, or computer when your call is put through. The number is 805-875-8201. Madam Clerk, did we have any written commentary?
No, ma'am.
The number to call is 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your phone, radio, or computer when your call is put through.
Hi there. You now have 3 minutes to leave public comment.
Hi, it's Leah Braitman again, and I'm just calling back as a private citizen. And I can't speak highly enough of this idea of public market. I think we should not get hung up on the name of it, but a public market would be something that, at least I keep hearing the majority of the council saying that, Lompoc needs something like that. The kids don't have anything to do, that, we need something for Lompoc. This is a great example of that, and it doesn't have to be just people bringing, stuff from home, as a true swap meet with used things. This is a great opportunity for craftspeople and, food trucks, and it should be an assortment of all things. Free market capitalism. I thought that at least the majority of the council, that's what you're big on. At least you liked it with cannabis. So I think let's do this. I think it's something the city could use. If it does go in the red, we can revisit it. But this is a great example. This is a petri dish for small business in this town. And it is an opportunity for everybody. It's an opportunity for people who want to have basically a garage sale there at the market. It is an opportunity for, like I said, crafters or candle makers or, you know, people who have lost the opportunity at craft fairs to sell things. And let's not get just hung up on the whole swap meet thing. I think public market is a great word for it. And I'm glad Mayor Osborne brought this forward. I hope the council doesn't just take into consideration what their friends want, but what actually is good for the city. Thank you.
Hi there, you now have 3 minutes to leave public comment. Hello?
Hello. Yes, I'm here. Yes, this is Daryl Tullis, a longtime Lompoc resident. And I wanted to talk about the public market as I came down and talked about it back when it was being closed. And one of the comments that was just recently made about, you know, competing with local businesses, I would like to refute that comment because of the fact that the public market lasted for 25 years. And the fact that it lasted for 25 years says that it did not damage any of the local businesses. It didn't cause anybody to shut down. It was an opportunity for people in this community who don't normally get together at other than football games, sporting events, where they didn't really talk to each other, but it allowed for the community to have a meeting place where they could just come out and lightheartedly meet and greet each other, and at the same time find some really nice things that they could purchase. And so this concern about bringing in produce and shutting down local businesses, if that's the case, then we have to shut down the Friday produce market that's right over there by the city hall, not city hall, but by the Chamber of Commerce. So I think that it's a shame that it was shut down in the first place. The reasons that it was shut down were not true, as far as the noise, as far as the trash. The noise and the trash, and especially the trash, was an opportunity for somebody to actually have a business and clean up over there. And as far as noise, again, something that went on for 25 years, and all of a sudden there was a noise problem. That was really about one tenant who was renting from one of the city employees, one of the elected officials, and he made complaints about the noise and the trash. And he was renting in the house on the corner, and I used to work for him or with him, so I know about that part of it. And so I simply say that it enhanced the city. It didn't harm anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello there, you now have 3 minutes to leave your public comment.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Lupe Montero, and I just wanted to say when we had the swap meet, I had my own business, which was Opal Clothing, and I was first on H Street, then moved over to I Street. I used to work the swap meets on Saturdays to bring customers. That's the way people knew where I was at. So I find it very beneficial for, small businesses to go out there and promote their business. That's the way I brought my customers in. That's how they knew where I was at. Even tourists that came down were interested in, what I did. And I find it very beneficial for, what you call the brick and mortar small stores, to go out there and promote their businesses. because that's the cheapest way. That was my way to come out to the customers and tell them what I did. So I think it's very beneficial, and to have that, the swap meets, to know what is around, especially if people do not know the area. That's how they find out. And I was in business for about 4 years, and I loved it. And now that these big, big stores came in, and it was hard for us to continue selling. But with the swap meets, at least we brought some income in. And I want to thank you guys, and I hope you consider it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, you now have 3 minutes to leave your public comment.
Thank you. My family owns a restaurant that's directly adjacent to the parking lot at I and Ocean that you're talking about putting the swap meet. And, you talked about 70 vendors. I don't know if there's 70 parking spaces in that particular lot. But furthermore, due to COVID restrictions, my family has had to spend, considerable amount of money to put in parking lot seating for 10 tables from a restaurant that had at least 40 tables. And now you're going to talk about food trucks and produce trucks and other, vendors to compete with me while we're paying our sales tax and we've been paying our business license. I don't understand, what you're trying to do to me right now. I don't even know why this is even an option at this point. Why are we talking about a swap meet when you got local businesses that are dying and allowing people to just show up from who knows wherever with their 2 days of free, business license and sales tax? So, I think you need to seriously reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there, you now have 3 minutes to leave your public comment. Hello?
Terry Hammonds. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Terry Hammonds. Let me turn this down here. The swap meet is a good idea, but what I think is the city needs to do is evaluate a better place in the city to conduct this swap meet. The other thing that I see that this is going to be is it's going to have to be organized and city run, and it just can't be left to be left on its own. Too many things have happened in the past where good ideas have turned into bad ideas, and I would like to see, if this moves forward, some organized effort. Now, it was mentioned public market. Now, Santa Barbara has a public market. It's a building where actually it's more commercial than flea market. And what I would like the council to consider is that if you are going to do this, that you do hold city staff accountable for making sure that it's a well-run swap meet, flea market, and that it not become a problem to any business or anywhere in the city as a nuisance. So we've learned from the past that we know how things get out of control, and then we end up having to do something with by changing it, and that doesn't work. Lompoc needs to find a better direction in getting where it needs to go. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
So once again, the number's 805-875-8201 if you would like to call in on item number 8. Seeing no additional calls, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. To the city attorney, would it be possible as a way to prevent someone out of LA coming in that we put an additional requirement that they be within a 50-mile radius of the city along those lines? Something where we prohibited extreme outside influence from coming in. Would that, I know it goes against my free market concept, but at least it would prevent LA from invading, or, you know, somebody from San Luis Obispo coming down and overtaking the local market.
There could potentially be some rules that restrict us from doing that or prevent us from doing that. So it'd have to be something the staff would look into if you wanted to direct us to look into that.
I do know that when the state put together the home kitchen restaurant concept, they did have a limit on $50,000 a year in revenue in order to prevent an excess abuse of that particular licensing. So is that something we could consider?
Yeah, that I have less of a concern with because it doesn't involve the right to travel.
I think, Mayor, if I may, my concern would be how do we calculate what is the sale, when do they hit the 50,000 or whatever the number is? That would be very difficult for staff to try and figure out.
Okay. Just trying to address some of the concerns I've heard with potential ideas about how to still have this move forward, but not feel like it was dominated. I still think that the market itself naturally determines who shops there and the kind of money they spend and what they're looking for. And if that vendor doesn't find a market, they don't return. So, you know, that's how I see it. The tax revenue that is collected, is that a way to monitor potentially? Because we would monitor their tax collection at the end of the year by renewal of their business tax license, so we would know a statement on their gross revenue?
Business tax certificates are specific to inside our city limits.
Okay.
So that, if somebody's located outside the city limits and they have $1 million in sales, but they only have 10,000 in sales here, it only counts for 10,000 here.
Okay. Councilmember Vega.
You know, I really support the concept of a swap meet because I did love the previous swap meet. But my concerns for the business community override my push for the swap meet at this time. I think it's just the wrong time right now. I think we're moving forward with it. I don't think it's the right location. I think the city, it's admirable that we're moving forward with it, but at this time, I can tell you, most of the businesses here are not doing well. They weren't doing well in the beginning. I think with what we're going on with the pandemic and all the versatility here, I couldn't support putting something out there on an outdoor and putting more stress on the businesses at this time. These guys are barely making it. Some of them have already closed. If you put it in that location, you have a food establishment across the street, 2 food establishments, you have Sissy's Cafe right there, you have a bunch of other ones.
Vega, we're not talking location, we're just talking the concept.
I know, but I'm talking about the impact they could have on certain businesses, and I think I have the right to bring that up, and I get it. But I'm just talking about if we were going to that location, and out of all due respect, I got you. But I'm just saying if it was in a specific location that impacted other businesses, it'd be really difficult at this time, But I think the timing of us moving forward with something that could potentially hurt other businesses is something we need to reconsider. But again, I apologize, Mayor, we're not on that subject.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I can see the economic development opportunity for something like this. I can see the social aspect of it and how it brings, communities together. And I think that it's a proven, model in other communities, and it works well for social engagement of community and such. I can see the potential, negative impact on existing businesses and how that can bring some stress upon there. Would it be possible, City Attorney, where we're saying $30? To me, $30 is nothing, and if you're coming in twice, and doing it, that's fine. But if you're going to do it religiously, then the assumption is that you're doing pretty good, or that there's a reason why you're bringing it every week. So is there an opportunity to actually, if you go beyond that you pay a bigger fee to have it, as opposed to, saying you can't come in from out of town, but that you're actually paying a bigger fee? Or can we charge a bigger fee if you're coming in from out of town?
I would have some issues with charging a bigger fee if you're coming in from out of town, but if you want to charge a higher fee for like more than 2 times or more than 3 times, then I don't have any issue with that.
Okay, and then my main concern, regardless of the decision that is made tonight, is I think that we are lowballing the fiscal impact. I don't see a part-time staffer, with everything that we've discussed and the regulations that we would be putting in place and the potential oversight to ensure that all this stuff is addressed. I would be concerned with the fiscal impact and how that would affect the general fund.
Mr. Guerrero, when you say city staff part-time, how many were you thinking for that amount?
So
Just one?
No, there were, those numbers are based on 2 part-time staff that would be out there from the start and to the finish. Probably before, we'd probably have a split shift of 2 staff in the morning and then the 2 staff in the afternoon. All the full-time staff would regulate everything during the week. So when the part-time staff, they come in on Friday, we'd review everything with them and then get the map for that Saturday that's going. But at the beginning, full-time staff would be out there trying to get it going and making sure everything was operating well. And then eventually it would just be our 2 permanent full-time staff that would be out there on Saturdays.
You mean part-time?
What's that?
You mean part-time?
Part-time staff, yes.
Madam Mayor, can I address that? So that's actually a concern for me, because then we're saying we're budgeting for 2 part-time staff, but in reality, the actual director or full-time staff hours is not even being accounted for in this.
Right, but a full-time staffer is on salary, so it doesn't matter the hours that they're working.
It's not the
so
direct
it's
impact of that program.
Yeah.
We would still be, it wouldn't be extra full-time staff, it would be our current full-time staff.
Councilmember Mosby.
Mr. Guerrero, so, I know the county regulates the health department and stuff, but they're controlling how many people are in an area. So during COVID, how would you regulate occupancy in a swap meet somewhere?
Well, it's just a conceptual now. I mean, farmers markets and everybody, we would still have our sanitizer. We'd have to have signs of which way people can go.
Farmers markets have a little bit of different, but we do have, maybe the city manager can help out, the city attorney, but we'd have to limit anybody right now. I don't know if we have the capacity. You'd have to fence off, gate off, regulate, wherever you went, just as, Home Depot does. Is there something that we could even do right now?
So I would chime in here. So we brought this item because it was a request to come up with a conceptual item for a swap meet. Obviously, I think we would have to check with public health and see if we could even open up for operations. This is something that is totally a planning thing. If we wanted to do this and move forward with something like this, we would still have to develop some swap meet operational guidelines, forms, documents. We still have a lot to do, and in hopes that COVID health orders would be lifted at some point, or at least better guidance provided. But I agree with you, Councilmember Mosby. I don't think this is something we're going to open full blast as currently being proposed. And that is why we're being somewhat conservative on the budgeted items as far as staffing needs and things like that. It really is going to be dependent on what we're allowed to do.
And I know one of the difficulties before was the occupancy. People were going there. And I think, really at this time, and we don't know how long it's going to be, and we don't know the true hard numbers. Maybe the city manager, you had something you wanted to?
No, Christie beat me to it. I was just going to talk about the county.
I just, because I know Councilmember Vega maybe 2 or 3 years ago made this request to come forward, and it never did. So maybe we're pushing this too fast because we don't even know, even if we did get to that point, what it's going to cost. It seems to me like fencing would be something that you would have to do, whether you did it as permanent, because if you had to control the numbers, there's no way you could control it right now, anywhere you went, unless you had something that was already fenced. So I'm questioning because one of the solutions we were thinking is, so people are struggling now, is something they could get. And it doesn't look like we have the ability to do this, much as we couldn't man the fireworks show and keep that as well. So maybe this is something we're a little ahead of the ball on. Maybe it's something we should table and bring back later. You've got a good start here. I don't know. I was just thinking about that. It'd be great if we had a couple of weeks from now we're open, but I don't think we can.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to see what the temperature of the water is 6 months from now and see if that's something we can get close to do. So a lot of things would change, even if they told us they had to do that and you had to fence, isolate, regulate occupancy. What happens if they get down the locked door and order again, and you don't want people coming from other areas inside and out. So I don't know. Just something I was thinking about.
So currently, farmers markets and swap meets and public markets are still open, especially if they're outdoors. They are required to wear masks. They're required to have sanitation stations. There is no fencing around most of them unless they are already a fenced area, such as the Napomo market. But they are not shutting those events down based on the fact that it is a market and can be socially distanced and can follow the appropriate rules in place for shopping. Councilmember Cordova.
I would also have a concern. I wouldn't say table it. I would say continue the discussion, and maybe and even when I say that, it's very hard because we are in COVID times, and so being able to develop a policy or a procedure or manual or what Christy was talking about is difficult to do if we're currently running on COVID times, and then with the hope that those restrictions would at some point in time be lifted. However, I would have concern right now with having this open and opening it during COVID times when, in all consideration to the gentleman that called in and said, we have businesses that cannot open right now. We have brick and mortar businesses that aren't able to do business, that are basically saying, we want to open, we need to open. And so if we're going to compete, we're going to compete with those businesses, people that can just come in and sell, like we said, for $30, it really is a little bit of an unfair advantage to some of our existing businesses that cannot do business right now or are restricted with the number of people that they can do because they're trying to put people on a sidewalk, and then anybody can just pay $30 and have as many people come through. And so I would say that we try to work with the procedures that Christy talked about, But I would say that we at least consider doing this after the restrictions are open, and we bring back those procedures at that time, and then consider it after COVID is over, and in all fairness to the businesses that are closed right now that cannot service their customers.
Councilmember Vega.
Have we had public comment on this issue?
Yes, we have already had public
So
comment.
we can make a motion at this time for this part of,
You can.
is that correct? I'd like to make a motion that we table this. I don't think it's fair even to give staff that extra homework at this time. We're a long ways out from COVID. I think we should table it, bring it back when all the restrictions are lifted, but to have them do homework on something that we don't know how long this is going to last, I think is unfair. I think we all want a swap meet. I think we all want something to do. We want the community to be part of a public market or a swap meet. I enjoy it myself, but I just don't think it's the right time to stress out any more of the businesses at this time. So I'm going to make a motion that we table this till after this pandemic is over with. And I think that's the right thing to do. I think we have businesses out there that are just hanging by their nails if they're even open. So that's my motion.
Councilmember Mosley.
I think that's what Councilmember Cordova was making. Did you want to second that one? Is that what you were doing? I'm not going to steal your second.
She didn't make a motion. I made the motion.
No, I got you.
He's yielded the floor to you,
Okay.
Councilmember Cordova.
I appreciate that. The only reason why I had said for staff, because if staff does the homework, then I feel like this fiscal impact, which is my main concern, is inaccurate, especially when we haven't really considered what all the procedures will be and what that time will really be. So, yeah, I will go ahead and second it, as long as, like Councilmember Vega said, that we do bring it back post-COVID.
That sounds good. I'm okay with that.
All she did was give you a second, so anything else you want to add to it?
I'm just trying to be nice, sorry.
I'm disappointed. I don't think that this is a bad time to consider a process. I was searching for ways to bring our part-time rec staff back and looked at the surplus as a potential to have the additional staff to reopen some of our park facilities like the tennis courts and the pickleball court, because we don't have the kind of funding to help support that. So I was looking for new and innovative ways to move things forward in a community that is stressed out and struggling, and so I'm disappointed, but I'll call for a vote. And that passes 4-1.
Madam Mayor, were we going to have a separate discussion on the location?
Not at all, because we have tabled the concept.
Okay.
Thank you for your work.
Okay.
Item 9 is the update concerning fireworks and firework enforcement.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to give it a very short kickoff. And just to say that on the fireworks, we knew it was a very explosive season this year. Sorry, I was waiting for that one. This was a very interesting report to do. It was not one of our more simplified reports. It took myself, the fire department, police department, city clerk, the city attorney's office. I mean, we're hitting up everybody to try to get the data and information for this. So we were all involved in this. What we did find, and I'll let the fire department, police department go over all the stats. Don't want to sing their praises here, but we did find during the course, we lost a number of people since 2013. So we lost a couple different city managers, fire chiefs, police chiefs, finance directors, city attorney. I mean, all the people that were involved in this are gone, and a couple of them 2 times over have left. So we did find out the process that might have been in place back then hadn't been in place for a while. So we did, during this period of writing this report, we have a new process to make sure going forward who's going to be containing it. It's going to be contained over in the city attorney's office with a database and whatnot. So going forward, not looking back, going forward, we're going to have much, much better information going forward. There's different pieces in here from, I'll look at the more the number side, the citations and the costs or the administrative fines that were assessed. It's very hard to see from here what happened. You know, one year we had 2017, it says 0, or oops, 2000, which one was it? I'm mistaken here. So there was 9 in 2016, we issued 9, 1 was waived, assessed 11,000, we only collected 4,000. Some of our old system and whatnot, trying to figure out how and what happened. We just don't have that information to say, did that go to collections? And if collections couldn't collect on it, it eventually just gets written off. So we didn't have any of that backup for you. But it will have going forward. We're going to be keeping track of that because it's not a monumental process. If you look at how many we've done every year, it's very simple to do, but somewhere in the last few years it's been lost. So looking at everything that we've done, there are other things that we can suggest changing. You know, come back for longer discussions if you want. The hardest part right now is that illegal fireworks. And let me back up when I gave that little joke in the beginning. They sold out. Most of the nonprofits sold out wall to wall. The church, they sold out first. Everyone then went down to the next and next, and almost everybody sold every single product this year of the Safe and Sane. Going on the illegal side, with the internet it's great, but the internet can cause this issue that can have fireworks shipped to your home that aren't legal here, but they're illegal here, illegal somewhere else. When you have a neighboring state where you can go, if you're on your way to Vegas to have a fun time, you stop on the way back and you can buy everything because every single thing, I even looked it up, is legal right there on the border. Fill your car up and whatnot. So there's issues with people, you know, doing that. They don't have to import them anymore, you know, smuggle them in the trunk or anything as they come in. So it's making it very, very difficult. Lompoc, if you know, everyone's probably aware of, we were not the only city. There was a war zone throughout the whole nation this year. Back east, they had 1,600% increases or more on calls for service. So just we're not alone. It's going to be very hard to do unless we have a full enforcement team. As I mentioned in the beginning of the meeting, we're doing something to move forward with police, so there will be more. That'll eventually get to a level where we can maybe send out more enforcement instead of this last time we had to ask for people to come in on the weekend because we just don't have that many staff left in the police at the moment. So I'm going to turn it over to the police and fire, but we are doing everything we can to track it. We're going to be doing everything we can to make sure people are held accountable if they're cited. It is a tough process to collect at times, but we will continue. We won't be waiving them. We'll just continue trying to process any citations that we can. I don't know if the chief wants to go first, or Dina.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff. Yes, so as the city manager was explaining, this was a very challenging year for us. And just looking at the numbers for total calls that we got 324 calls or complaints about fireworks within about a 40-day period. And last year, for the same period of time, we had 78 calls, which averaged about 2 calls, you know, per night. I can tell you of the 324, I still think that there were more, because on a daily basis I would come in and I'd have multiple messages and emails from many of the concerned citizens that were annoyed, as was I. So we tried to do some details. We did 5 2-person details and 2 3-person details in about the 10 or 11-day period before 4th of July. And unfortunately, the most we could come up with was 3 citations. So you look at the ordinance, it lays out, and it was structured back in 2013. So there were some guidelines for enforcement, but still, this is an administrative charge. So you write the citation, and now we know it'll be funneled or channeled to the city attorney's office. And then you try to get somebody to either come in or pay the fine. If they don't, in most cases, as the city manager indicated, they would be referred for collection. So it's a big challenge in that. If we took the other option and try to pursue it criminally, it's really cost prohibitive. And I'm going to tell you why. Because now you have to pay for the city attorney to prosecute those charges or those violations. You have to pay for police officers to come in and testify for that, as well as the other administrative costs to support that. So that's a big challenge in and of itself. Maybe dealing something stiffer with the fines. The report indicates that one of the things that happens with these dealers is they factor in the possibility of getting fined into their business plan. So maybe if it was a little bit more expensive, maybe that would be something that would be that would encourage them not to engage in this. But we also face the challenge also in having a detail that's well equipped and trained, not hit and miss like we're doing. And I think back in 2017 when we did it on a regular basis, and we cited, I think, 10 people during that period, that was a better approach from an enforcement standpoint. So hopefully next year we'll have more staff. We can actually dedicate people for a month to really go out night after night and try to do some of this enforcement. And then maybe coupled with maybe some enhancements in fines, but that would take another project and also probably a revision of the ordinance as well. But I was also reading, as part of the research in this, was that part of the funds that we generate from citing folks, 65% of that, I believe, goes back to the state for another fire prevention program. So that also makes it somewhat cost prohibitive for us too. If we're doing enforcement and we impose these fines, and now 65% of that money doesn't come back to Lompoc, that's also a big loss for us too as well. So that's pretty much it. We have the numbers here. If you look on page 3, and it shows, what the calls for service were. So we started this back in 2013, and the former report talked about some of the enforcement actions as well too, the report they had 6 years ago. But in looking at this and doing the research, we came up with 283 calls for 2016, 235 for 17, 144 for 18, and 2019 we had 78, which was our all-time low last year. But this year was just off the charts. And we're finally starting to see it subside a little bit, but even this morning I looked in the end of watch report, we're still getting 2 to 3 calls a night, still where somebody's, still lighting fireworks. So hopefully we can have a better plan and approach next year.
One program we did not have this year have any applications were block parties, and probably a lot to do with COVID-19 for obvious reasons. It's hard to encourage people to assemble even outdoors. We did have the open discharge at the chamber area open again so that they could come and routinely do just the Safe and Sane fireworks only on the 4th of July in a manner that was free and open to the public. One of the other things that we note that's very hard for the enforcement is the fact that simply having fireworks, even if it's safe and sane on the city street or on the city sidewalk, is actually a violation. So that would be a citation. It's a $500 fine. And there's an educational piece that we put that out there every year. You can't do that, but we still see it. And that's an opportunity to help people get back on their private property and not be near a building or not be near combustibles. So it's a very challenging patrol, to be honest. And we do have the situations where you see a vicinity where you might have anything that's launching aerial is going to be illegal. That's not being sold here in town. By the time you get over there, are they in the backyard? Is there a bait and switch where they've removed the tubes that they used to launch? From an enforcement standpoint, you would really need a whole team that was really well trained in that, and almost like a SWAT maneuver. In the first year we started patrolling, we had somebody on one side of the alley, one on the other side of the alley, so when they split going either way on the alley, we were like, we saw you do that. And we just don't have the people to do that this year. We didn't have it at fire either. We didn't have any extra patrols that were able to step up besides myself and the fire chief. And those are some of the challenges that aren't really on the brochure. When this first came out in 2013, it's a very extensive ordinance, but you can't predict everything that can happen. And it has been in play and in motion for quite some time. And there's obviously, this year's just probably an abnormality. Hope, knock on wood, we never have to experience this year's again, because everybody's been kind of confined to home. But one of the things that was also, this report portion was written by the fire chief. He did mention, he did some research about anything that has a color that's projected into the air is some type of chemical to give it that color. So there was some concerns about the air quality that he also expressed. That's in your staff report, so I just bring that to your attention from him. And we did have in our city parks, partially the COVID helped us with that because the parks were closed for any type of bigger assembly. You can't have fireworks in a public park unless you have a permit. Nobody applied for a permit this year, and there are only limited parks, like we couldn't do it in Beatty Park for the fire assessment and fire risk in the hillside. So we didn't see any of the illegal activity going in our city parks, and I liked, you know, we did have a park ranger patrolling, so that's a good thing. We didn't have to chase anybody out. They were posted. So those are some of our challenges, and then I'm available if you have any questions or for the chief.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, on page 4 of the staff report, you just mentioned it, Chief, where anything that we do find, all of a sudden 65% of it goes to the state, and it says the State Fire Marshal Fireworks Enforcement and Disposal Fund. What does the state offer in the way of enforcement?
You could offer some
Yeah.
insight on that.
That's one of those things about being maybe a city. You don't quite get the whole apple. We get the scraps. So they have a bigger fire protection program. So that bigger slice of the pie, when there is a site that they do have confiscations, those products are supposed to be shipped to the state fire marshal's office where they dispose of them. So that now we have incur the shipping costs, the transportation costs. We have to do registered certified mail to send any of that. And then they have their state, their SRA, state responsibility areas. So their enforcement patrol. In fact, if you've been over across the 166 bridge between our county and San Luis recently, that fire was actually caused by fireworks on the hillside, on that west side. So that helps pay for their fire investigators, for the enforcement, and to go after and do all of the follow-up. So interesting enough, we bring in some funds, and it sponsors them to go do what they need to in the bigger part of the state. I wish that money would stay here
So
locally.
basically, we're paying them and we're not receiving anything back on this, and they're not offering any enforcement, education, or a state fire marshal to come into the area or anything.
So I haven't particularly asked a state fire marshal or deputy state fire marshal to come into our area. I don't know if that service, I've never even heard that come up in one of our meetings. Hopefully they would have reached out and offered to us if that really was a service, but I have not heard of that. That would be fabulous if they would come as a control unit here, but I've not seen that anywhere.
It seems like the only deterrence then that we have is the fact that we would make it so expensive to get caught that once the word was out, you wouldn't want to do it.
That would probably be better by.
And that's what I think would be probably a good approach or tactic. But then again, we'd have to rely on the advice of the city attorney on that, because I'm also told that in certain instances, there's a ceiling on the amount of fines that we can charge. So I would defer city attorney on that. We would require additional research on that.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole staff report was based basically to, what happened, citations, et cetera, and it says here we're going to have another report if we chose to make any changes to the 2013
right.
Policy or do something with that now then.
And I will add that state bill came in 2016 and was unintended or unforeseen consequence of a 2013 ordinance. We had no idea the state was going to come in and take a bigger part of our apple.
Councilmember Mosby.
Dean, could you go to page 3? back, just the chart there, if you could. I mean, I know it's difficult, but, you know, as policymakers up here, we're trying to do the best we can to make policy. And I think we have a solid policy out there, but, you know, we have a lot of zeros up there in some years. And I know you guys are busy. I know there's other issues to do, but people were barbecuing us up here on the council.
Sure.
I don't have a badge, and I can't go out and write a ticket. You know, I think the public really wants to know, and I know you said it, you know, you're down numbers, it's difficult times, and it's also, they have families too. And I know, as you mentioned before, people volunteering for 4th of July, you only had one step up. And I know a lot of people want to do things, especially right now in their families and such, and it makes it difficult. But is there something you can say to help the public understand how you're going to do better, what happened?
Well, I've said all along, a lot of the things that we can't do is because we don't have the people to provide those extra services. And when you look at 18 and 19, 19 was actually, even though we had 0, we had very few calls in comparison. You know, maybe a fourth of what we had, you know, for this year. Now, like I said, this year, I think it was even higher than 324. But the other thing is in 18 and 19, that's when we started experiencing our shortage in staffing. So we were dealing with other things. This year, too, also to a challenge was we were doing protests. We were sending people to different parts of the state, which meant that I didn't have people. They'd come back from work in 3 days straight. You know, I was sending 3 people as part of our obligation and commitment to assist in those areas. So that impacted us too as well in terms of enforcement. But the last 2 years was because of staffing levels that we couldn't do more. But if you look at 2017, that's the last time we were fully staffed. We issued 11 citations that year, and that's pretty significant. Especially when you look at those 11 citations were probably issued just days before and right at 4th of July as well.
And I know your officers working a lot of overtime, and they were maxing out in so many ways, but can you explain what, you know, anticipation, is there a way that we can use some maybe volunteer spotters to assist us in this program? Or I know you were pleading at one time, or somebody was, about anybody with Ring video or anything like that, they could help, or...
Well, you know, one of the good things that we now have over 70 cameras in the city, and we're probably going to get over to 90 to maybe 100 from what I'm being told, and we've made enormous progress in just the last 3 or 4 months. So that's going to be beneficial, and we could use that as a tool as well too. But ultimately, you want to have boots on the ground to be able to respond, catch these guys, cite them, and then have some consequences for that. That's really the best way to deal with this from an enforcement perspective. So we need to work on that. I'm hoping, like I said, if all things hold true and we become near to being fully staffed by next June or July, we'll be able to do this a lot better. But it is a big challenge. The other thing is that administratively, you know, when we charge folks criminally, we can't break the law to enforce it. You know, everybody's saying, well, you know, just cite that owner of that building. Well, when it gets challenged, and it will, we will lose that. Because really the best form of prosecution on a case like this is to actually see somebody, cite that person, and catch the person responsible. That's the best way to deal with it. Because, you know, people are always going to make an excuse. You know, you could have a landowner or residence owner who leases that or rents that property, and now we're going to hold them accountable. It's just never going to stand an appeal.
And it's, you know, maybe you can, you know, what was Santa Maria's ability? They, what, 27 tickets, I think they wrote, it was in the paper or something. Were they doing something different, or they were just...
I think they had a full-time commitment to it, you know, and, you know, 31 officers with me on down during that period, as opposed to having 100 plus. So they had the ability to really put a team together and send them out routinely to address that problem. And if you're doing this correctly, ideally, you have at least 4 to 5 people in a city this size. And you want to put people at different ends. You want to have some observation points. I don't want to let all the tricks out of the bag, but there's some things that we can do that will help us to apprehend people.
And not trying to step on your guys' toes, but is there a way that maybe we could, or you could get some, for that week, temporary code enforcement officers to assist you with that through the private sector? Not that they're writing you the ticket, but they're doing the spotting or whatever else out there. Because I know, you'd see one and you turn your head and there's another one and you're going dizzy watching the zoo. The public wants to know that there's more to it than we're hoping to do better next year. And, the running joke is, well, just make them illegal, or I don't think we can make them illegal. It's there. It's just, you see the numbers up here are very telling.
Yeah. But like I said, ultimately, a lot of this comes down to, staffing levels as well, and not being able to have a truly dedicated team to do this day in and day out. Because if you do that, it'll make a difference. Right. So, and this year was horrible. I can't tell you. I'm tired of answering emails. I'm tired of getting those calls, and they're not very complimentary. No, rightly so. People have a right to be very, very upset with what happened this year.
And this is why I made the request for this get out here, and I know it's been difficult, but we can't move forward until we know where we've been in the past. Right. And you guys are fixing a lot of the questions, and next year it should be a couple pushes of the button, and
yeah, we'll have a better tracking system for one, and then better follow-up for it too as well. Okay. After the citations are issued.
Shall you progress forward, and if you see how other areas maybe had a better ability to assist, because you heard Mr. Albro say that there was, I think, $300 and some odd thousand left in last year's budget for under PD's funding. So there was money available on that. So if you happen to come up with some other idea, whether I'm here or not, try to get these planned out, because fortunately we've gotten away without big fires. We know what these potentially can do. I know of 2 fires on the hillsides in the past 40 years that burned because of bottle rockets, and not these great big things that are here. And I think it's important for the public to also know that not only are you looking at a ticket, but if you set something on fire, you could be responsible for paying for that fire. And unfortunately, if somebody should pass away or injured, they could also be held liable. I think, what would happen if somebody died with one of these? What would potentially be?
Oh, you have a full-blown arson investigation. You can be charged for some form of homicide too, if someone were to die, God forbid. But it's pretty serious. And on 4th of July this year, we had 9 fires, or 10, with dumpsters. We also had 2 major accidents that day that caused our fire personnel to be involved, as well as police, where people were airlifted. So this was the worst of worst for any year, but big challenge for us this past year.
Well, hopefully the people and the public can be positive. They can find ideas to work positively together. I know your staff does a great job doing what they can and get it done. And I know people think they're just having fun, but there's a lot more to it than that, because they were disrupting a lot of lives, and yours as well with all the phone calls.
Yeah. So I'm hoping, things will be better, and I'm always open to good ideas too. And part of my regular routine practice is also meeting with my counterparts, and we talk about these problems. And everyone was overwhelmed this year with the situation.
Councilmember Cordova.
So, I think the city manager led into this in his statement when he said, that there's been staff changes, and that kind of led to maybe on the administrative side, we didn't necessarily keep up with it due to the fact that we had staff changes, and also, no matter what, I think not having enough staff to be able to effectively manage or effectively enforce any policy that this city has is a failure, and it's a false sense to our residents to tell them, well, it's okay, we have a really well-written policy, so what? Nobody's enforcing it. So don't tell the public that we have a well-written policy when we can't enforce it. I have a question. 65% of the assessed, is it 65% of the assessed or the collected?
That's the if we collect something, if it's a $1,000 fine, they're going to we will send $650 up to the state. If we
Okay.
don't collect it, they don't get any.
Okay, so of the collected, but then we have to take away our administrative cost technically for going after that money, correct? So in some cases, we're not really making anything off of this, just merely by the state fee that we have to pay. I do think that the cost for collecting the fees needs to be considered. And the $10,000 that we're saying goes towards the enforcement of this, really the $10,000 is saying that this goes towards salaries, but also costs, disposable costs, cleanup costs, operational costs. So it's not $10,000 to the police department. It's not $10,000 to the fire department. It's $10,000 for the whole thing, which clearly we're acknowledging that that's not enough. And then we're talking about code enforcement possibly for a week during the time or during this time that we're selling Safe and Sane, when in reality, if we had an actually operational city, if we had operational city limbs, we need code enforcement, period. Not just for the week that we're gonna be selling Safe and Sane fireworks. That to me is like plugging a hole that is just, it doesn't even make sense to me. And just for clarification, the 99,000, Dean, that wasn't just for one budget, that says here since 2014.
That's for 6 years. So there's no money making in this. You know, even if we increase our fines, you're going to find that the cost with personnel, the administrative hearings, and all the other residual costs, it's going to be expensive.
So we technically lose money because we're probably limited on the amount of fines that would never quite, and because we've put our self-limited cap of no more than $10,000 being associated with it, we really do need to come back and address the policy and adjust it in ways that make it more difficult and costly for those that choose to violate this. I think we also need to look at Santa Maria's adapted their ability to issue citations by creating a dual witness report. It is online, it can be filled out online. They have to sign an affidavit by the person who submits it, and they submit all the documentations, and I think that assists them because they again empower the citizens, as long as it's two of them willing to sign the affidavit. So I really think that this is recognizing where it fails, recognizing it's over 7 years old, and we really should bring back the ordinance for further discussion to improve it so that next year you have tools in place that are additional assistance rather than, oh, let's just put a better tracking system in place and make sure we're documenting everything so the next year we know whether or not we've caught everything or not. I think that we really do need to give staff some direction and have them bring the ordinance back and have a discussion so that you have some additional tools in both departments to address even the normal issue of illegal fireworks and Safe and Sane enforcement during that time. Councilmember Mosby.
So the comment was made that you need to raise the money to Safe and Sane for their costs, and $10,000 is not enough. There was $12,000 left over in the fund. So there is more money in the fund still. So that wasn't all spent. An issue is not writing tickets if you raise the fine, and maybe the city attorney can answer that. Is there ability to increase that fine, or are we kind of at our maximum already?
We're not at the maximum, but there is a legal limit that the fines have to be reasonable. And we'd have to use our judgment to decide what level is reasonable. But I don't think we're at the absolute maximum right now.
Okay. I think the difficulty is not writing a ticket. And whatever that reason is, we need to get ability to write a ticket. But that's, changing an ordinance is not going to change things if you don't have the ability to get out there and get a ticket. And, you know, with what's moving forward, hopefully that can change. I think the chief has confidence that it will change.
And we need at least a month-long enforcement program. We can't do this for a week.
So I don't really see a reason to redirect. There's not, staff doesn't have it in there to go back on the ordinance. I think it's important to see the numbers so you can see what is going right and what is going wrong. But there is $12,000 left in the kitty for enforcement.
Councilmember Cordova.
If I could, there's 10,000, but there's also the excise that they charge at 4%. It runs around 6,000 to 7,000, so it's really 16,000 to 17,000 annually.
And the 12,000, is that an accumulated amount that's left over in the kitty, or is that just from this year?
The 99 is what was put in. We substantiated I don't have the staff report in front of me. Yes, we substantiated the 8,000, so the 12,000 is the residual in the trust right now.
So it's accumulated from these years, right? Because I would not believe that we have $12,000 left over when we've just said that we did not really enforce it. We did what we could, but in reality, we weren't enforcing it throughout the whole period of time necessarily, or we didn't have a full task force that was able to address the issue, and that's why the issue could be considered why it might have gotten out of hand as well.
The 12,000 is in a trust. So when we substantiate it and we do the enforcement, then we bring it out of the trust and put it into the general fund.
Any more questions for staff before we go to public comment? Seeing none, thank you all for the hard work to hunt down the documentation and present it. We'll now open the phone lines for public comment on item number 9. The number to call is 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your computers, radio, or TV when your call is put through. Again, the number, 805-875-8201. Madam Clerk, did we have any written communications?
Yes, you received one email from Mr. Fink, and it was delivered to council and put on the website and given to staff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The number again is 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your PC, TV, or radio when your call is put through. 805-875-8201.
Hello, you now have 3 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. This is Louis Linney with TNT Fireworks. It's a lot nicer when I get to come to Lompoc in person as opposed to have to sit in my very hot old town of Fresno and watch the meeting. I have a couple of comments and some questions. First off, I think clearly City Manager and Fire Chief Curris are absolutely correct that this was by any means an unbelievable year for illegal fireworks, not just here in the state of California or even here locally, but just nationwide. It was a huge, huge problem. It continues to be a problem that we're all grappling with. I have a couple of questions or things that I would actually probably defer to City Attorney. I've been reading and studying on the 65% fee going to the state that's been quoted, and it is our attorneys and our public relations people's belief that that goes back to a law that we passed a number of years ago, SB 839, that contained a typo and has since been quoted and sometimes rectified. It should be 25% that is actually paid to the state. And to date, to our knowledge, the state has not asked for any of that money from any of the cities that are citing and sending product up there to be disposed of. So that is something that I think a little bit of research might bear looking into. Also, in your ordinance, I don't believe that you have a social host component, which would be something that, should you go forward, would be of interest. Social host is like a teenage drinking party. It does allow you to cite the owner of the property without actually having them either be there or in knowledge of it. And then lastly, two things. I think it's important to keep in mind that the $15,000 to $20,000 annually that is generated for safe and sales, the surcharge that was quoted, and the $10,000 fee, I again would defer to the city attorney, but I think you're conflating the illegal fireworks issue and safe and sane. I think that we would direct him to the Sinclair paint case and also Proposition 26 from November of 2010 that would say that those funds have to be used for, in respect to safe and sane fireworks, meaning enforcing provisions of your code, sale and use of safe and sane fireworks, public education, inspection of fireworks stands. I'm not sure that you can actually legally count on those to generate funds for patrols on illegals. And clearly, when the fire chief says that they're going off from June 1st through the middle of July, which unfortunately I think is true almost anywhere, those are all illegal fireworks. Our product is only available for sale from June 28th through July 4th. And lastly, and I'll try and wrap up in 20 seconds, but we have a wonderful app that we've produced and make available free of charge. It's called Nail 'em. It's used by a lot of cities in the state of California. It allows for the city to set it up how they use it, however they'd like. You can use it just as a hotspot reporting tool from citizens. We have some cities that have it set to where the calls go directly into dispatch. And lastly, the most successful city in the state is Manteca. They actually use it similar to like people use the red light running cameras, where if it's credible and it contains photographic evidence, it goes straight to the city attorney for them to write a citation without ever going to police or fire. So anyway, I see my 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Hello, you now have 3 minutes to leave your public comment.
Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to say that I have a few kids, and I gotta admit that this is probably one of the best years I've ever had at the 4th of July in the state of Lompoc, and this is the place I grew up in, and it was amazing. My kids loved it, and hopefully it continues. And I just think it's a waste of time for the police to patrol the city when they actually have better things to do than to worry about fireworks. I got to admit that my kids sitting outside, since there was no fireworks show that the city had canceled due to COVID, that they had an amazing time out there. It was fun. And I'm kind of curious, there was a mention about cameras putting up, that there's going to be like 70 or something cameras put up. Who put those up? Because that's pretty interesting to see where that money came from and how that's working out. But anyways, I appreciate you, Janelle Osborne. You're doing an amazing job. I hope these fireworks keep going, and let's go.
Thank you.
The number to call for public comment is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. Seeing no additional calls, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. So, in hearing both from our police and fire department, listening to some of the comments from the public and prior discussions, I would like to make the motion that we direct staff to bring back our ordinance with 3 areas of discussion. The current ordinance does not afford a month-long enforcement period. It only has a 2-week enforcement period, so I'd like for us to look at what a month-long enforcement period would be and what that cost and of additional overtime would look like so that we could appropriately budget for that. I'd like to see the fine increases for the illegal fireworks and what would that reasonable but painful range be. And I'd also like to see a change to the citation to allow the dual witness citizen report option so that the police department has additional means to cite in case we're in a scenario, again, where we don't have the staff. I think we need to give them as many tools as possible. I know the police department has an app. I used it several times myself to report egregious firework during that time, so I know that we can expand and utilize our own app without having to do an outside app that may or may not work with our police department's dispatch system or reporting system. So I think reviewing that in any way we can support the current app to help report any expansions or additional tools within that app that could help you pinpoint even more would be helpful. And last but not least, look at the that overtime at $10,000. If that's just for safe and sane, then we need to evaluate overtime for the illegal portion of that as well. So those are the things I would like to see come back as a review of our ordinance and potential changes to it. And I would seek support on that. Councilmember Cordova.
I would give you a second on that. That would cover the items that I would be concerned with also. And I just want to say that the reality is that by eliminating the safe and sane, you're not going to eliminate the illegal fireworks. People are still going to shoot off illegal fireworks. But I think it's very unfair to the organizations that are selling the safe and sane to eliminate something without. In fairness to them, I think having a policy that we're not enforcing or that is not really very well budgeted for, and then we're holding that side accountable, that seems unfair to me. So I think that in supporting that motion, I'm supporting that staff comes back with a full report, that we are able to maybe make the necessary changes to be fair to both sides and be able to give this another stab and still be able to address the concerns that our community said or cried out in this particular year.
Councilmember Starbett.
I'd be very willing to support your motion on this, but could we go ahead and just include taking a possible look at the app that Mr. Lenny had described, NALM? If it's something that's directed specifically at firework enforcement, vice what the police app is designed to do. I mean, it's just something different. And the other thing here is not wanting to take away from all of the nonprofits that are doing the right thing with the safe and sane. You know, they do pay a lot out of their money to go into this trust fund, so we don't want to get to the point where the enforcement, where it becomes cheaper to buy illegal fireworks than safe and sane. So
I'd be happy to amend that we compare the NALM app to our current app so that, again, we're not creating an additional workload for our department, but I'm happy to have that comparison done. Councilmember Mosby.
I don't know if you had in yours as well as the statement that was made about the 25% versus 65% on this, what the state's taking, if that could be part of that.
The 35% versus the 65% to investigate that and confirm that.
25.
All right,
Is it-
I heard 35%. So whatever the
Whatever it was.
adjustment is, to see if it was changed, I can happily add that. Councilmember Vega?
Yes, I can fully support that coming back. I do concur with Councilwoman Cordova. The safe and sane and illegals are totally a separate issue. The illegal fireworks and the over-firing of fireworks for an extended period of time is something that I'm totally against. One of my own family members had, because of illegal fireworks, had one of their pets run out and was run over by a car because it is stressful for some of these people and the animals and pets. I mean, for these things that are allowed, and they're like cannons, there's something similar to what was fired over there at the Lompoc High School. So I would fully support that. But again, I concur with Councilwoman Cordova that the safe and sane and the illegals are totally a separate issue. So
There were 2 amendments to my motion. Councilmember Cordova, do you support them?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Any clarity needed for staff or city clerk? Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Last item on the agenda for this evening, scavenging enforcement in solid waste containers, approval of an educational pilot program utilizing the Solid Waste Division's Solid Waste Code Enforcement Officer. Presentation by Superintendent Keith Quinlan.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Mosby.
If the city attorney, there was the comment made by public about forcing a recusal of mine because of potential conflict with a tenant. Maybe you could answer the question.
Yes, I did talk to Councilmember Mosby about this. Councilmember Mosby owns property that he rents to an individual that accepts recycling. Is that the case? And the individual has a month-to-month lease from Councilmember Mosby. That eliminates the possibility of any real property conflict that Councilmember Mosby may have on this item. The only other potential conflict that may be present here is if the individual that rents from Councilmember Mosby owns a business and the stock price of that business could be affected by this item, or the value of that business could be affected by this item significantly. And I do not believe that is the case for this item. Councilmember Mosby can make the decision for himself. But in my opinion, I don't believe there's a conflict for Councilmember Mosby on this item.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members. Keith Quinlan with the Solid Waste Division. The item before you this evening was brought forth with the council member's request. Councilmember Mosby has requested the scavenging or scavenger item on the agenda. From the previous council report or meeting on March 3rd, background was provided on the scavenging and the city code regarding scavenging from the city's refuge and recycling containers. Staff is recommending a scavenging educational pilot program. The program would operate as follows. The solid waste code enforcement officer during his normal travels would stop and inform the individuals that scavenging is illegal and provide an educational handout to the individuals. The code enforcement officer with solid waste would document the number and results of the interactions for future program evaluation. And we recommend that this pilot program and the evaluation be put forth for 6 months. At this time, there's no additional cost to the city except the time taken away from the solid waste code enforcement officer's normal duties. Staff recommends the pilot program and or is open to alternatives, direction from council. And this concludes staff's reports, and I'm available for any questions.
Councilmember Mosby.
So my concern wasn't necessarily over the recycling aspect of it. It is a health and safety code violation for a reason. And as I mentioned in January, my concern was potentials if there should be a disease and the potential of spreading things like viral hepatitis and a long list of things that can come on the trash can lid. And, you know, we see shortly after that we have COVID. And there is a potential for that to be spread along the lids as well. You know, we've got people washing off tabletops, door handles, everything else. That trash can lid, again, like I've said, is probably one of the dirtiest things in town. This is also probably one of the most violated codes in town. And we are about health and safety up here. We just spent close to $600,000 collecting 1 million pounds of garbage out of the riverbed, well, 2 years ago or so. And I would have to say that most of that probably came out of garbage cans. It was collected out and drugged down into the riverbed. We've got an accumulation over here in the corner of Highway 1 and Ocean Avenue. And you go out through town, it's a routine movement where you see just this garbage that's dug out of the garbage cans. And we really got to step up and do something and stop turning our face. That's my concern here. I'm not really worried about, I know there's a little focus on the recycling aspect of it. And that recycling value changes. 8 years ago when I was a utility commissioner, it was mentioned that we were losing, because the price of materials were up, we were losing potentially $80,000 a year because our recyclable garbage wasn't recyclable enough. And I talked to the recycler, I said, how much do you think is your stuff that's scavenged out of cans recyclable? 5 to 10%, he figures. So the tonnage value here is, you know, the recycle aspect is good. I'm not, again, not necessarily concerned about that. It still is a health and safety issue, but the biggest problem we have right now are the tons and tons and tons of garbage that are being distributed under the bushes throughout town. And we've got to get to a solution here. You know, would it be something that, you know, your pilot program, could you do this along with it, explaining that, you know, we do have the fining process that's 100 to 200 and 500. You explain this to, and I'm looking at the most egregious offenders that just cost us, you know, close to $600,000 to clean up the riverbed. Also potentially contaminating our water supply. So it's a whole long list of why we bury the garbage. I mean, what, right? You have a huge mandate on the garbage, right?
That's correct.
And you have to bury it?
Yes, we have to prevent vector issues with the trash on a daily basis.
Somebody mentioned to me today, I mentioned that word vector, so explain a little bit about the vector.
A vector would be animals or that would get into the trash when it's buried, or if it were not buried, it would be create a nuisance and an attractant such as seagulls, rats, things of that nature.
And they could potentially spread. So the vector is kind of a spreader. So the rat could be a spreader, the deer can be a spreader, the seagull, that's why you bury to keep those out as a vector. But likewise, one of my concerns is the trash can lid could be a vector. And you could be spreading disease up and down the streets, just as, you know, we see now with the concerns with the pandemic.
Yes, that's could be a possibility. With that, for an individual homeowner, I would recommend bringing your containers in after service, if possible, and as an option to help to prevent that. And as an individual resident, it would be ideal for those individuals to wash their containers after service so that they don't have that concern.
I think one of the problems is when we went to the big cans, a lot of the gates were too small and the cans can't fit through these back alley gates. The older have the little dump where the can used to fit in.
Right.
So things got modified and now we got cans in the street. But You know, I like the pilot program that we can get out there and do. I would like to see that there's an explanation. Could there also be, you know, fines with littering that come along with this?
I think that that's one of the bigger issues with the scavenging right now is individuals that are not, when taking products of value, CRV materials, aluminum, plastic bottles, that they are inadvertently or advertently putting material on the street, and that is an ongoing problem, and that's part of what our pilot program hopes to address with those individuals, and we can inform them of the potential for a fine, an administrative fine.
And I know there was other concerns. Have you heard people having concerns that the hours of the night that they're doing it, some are, you know, 1 or 2 in the morning? Have you heard that as well?
I've heard a little bit of that, you know, collecting in the early hours of the mornings before the trash trucks arrive down the alleys. I have heard of that a little bit.
Yeah, I've heard when one lady told me that her house was close to the alley and people at 2 o'clock in the morning were dumping the cans on the ground and crushing them. And one night she just couldn't take it anymore. She got out with a garden hose and chased the guy away. I mean, we don't want that level, but sometimes the people, you get so frustrated with this. So it's a lot more than just, you know, somebody trying to get some recyclables. And that's kind of my concern, is that we look at it at the larger level. It is, again, we do have a code enforcement officer. This is a health and safety code. I think it does align well, and we need to, you know, stop turning a blind eye to it.
I think it will help with the public nuisance and the litter, and that's, you know, that's a challenge for us on an ongoing basis. So that's something that we're working to alleviate.
So what would happen if somebody had a garbage can that somebody overturned and they dumped in the alley? Who would be responsible for cleaning it up?
Well, that's a good question. If our driver, the way we operate is if we come upon trash on the ground, our driver will call that in and inform us that the mess was there when they arrived. We'll service the container. If we service a container and trash falls on the ground, it's our obligation to get out and sweep up and pick up all that trash. So ultimately, it's the resident that's responsible for the trash in their container until we pick it up.
Okay. And you guys, I've witnessed them do that, pick up when they've seen it on the ground. You guys do a good job with that, cleaning
Thank
up.
you.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I'll tell you who's responsible for cleaning that up, the business owner or the resident of that. That's who's responsible for cleaning that up. But I agree with Council Member Mosby's points here. I do think that this is a big issue. I think that the hours of scavenging, it's not that a little bit is going on at night, a lot of it is going on at night. And fines, I understand, and they should be part of it, but what happens when we can't collect these fines because the person that's being fined doesn't have the means to pay, or what are the penalties beyond that when they don't have the means to pay?
That's a difficult situation because it's obviously impossible to get money from someone who does not have money.
Yeah.
I suppose there could be criminal enforcement, I believe, of these codes under our ordinance, which could involve jail time, but the likelihood of getting a judge to issue jail time for this kind of a violation, I would say, is pretty slim. So there's not good options.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point. I do have a problem with us having an ordinance that, again, we are not enforcing. And my concern would be that the staff report states that we would give the responsibility to the existing code enforcement officer during their normal travels. They would stop individuals that they see scavenging. But of course, this would take away from his other duties, which is meant to do other stuff within the department. Does this enterprise not have the means to at least do a part-time position for this?
We, as a staff, we can bring that back to the council. We'd have to ask for permission from council to add to the staffing levels. I don't know, I know solid waste is the one that's not in the best condition. Is that correct, Dean? We'd have to look up one of the utilities not have the best fund rate. Yeah, they're doing okay. So we're working on a rate study now, which could incorporate more of this type of situation where we could have additional people out there doing this type of enforcement. But currently, just to do it today, for a part-time person, we would have to come back with a staff report asking for additional appropriation to hire a new person.
Because I do think that it's a false sense of resolution, because we're not really, I mean, this is going to be during day trips, and if he sees somebody, but the reality is that it's happening on all hours of the day and night. And when business owners or residents, I've seen it on the Ring app as well, when they confront these individuals, they say, who are you going to call? Call whoever you want. By the time they get here, we'll be gone, and they don't care. And you're absolutely right, Councilmember Mosby. It's not just recyclables. That's one thing. Those people tend to come in, scavenge, put everything back. But there's scavenging of other items that's going on, which is causing an issue throughout the city. And then last question, the educational pilot program, who are we educating?
Well, educating the scavenger or the offender would be the purpose of this.
Okay, so when the code enforcement officer is able to roll up and physically see somebody doing it, he would then give them the flyer, or he would educate them at that time?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the solid waste code enforcement officer travels up and down the alleys looking for illegal dumping and addressing those issues. So they're already there in the alleys. They'll be able to come across the individuals, but it will take away from their time, from their regular duties.
Yeah. Thank you.
So as part of this education program and documenting how often and handing out the information, are we going to track how many times it's the same individual so that we're aware that is a, repetitive issue, so that we can have this, 6 months trial best inform us about an additional personnel, what times those occurrences are happening? I mean, how detailed are we tracking this educational program in order to better vet enforcement in the long run? Because it's great to go out and educate and inform, but if we're not collecting enough data to inform us that it's going to require another full-timer, or the windows that full-timer should be working, or part-timer, or the areas, I mean, literally, we're going to need some details so this is effective beyond just a 6-month education program.
Yeah, we would include the time of contact, location of contact, other pertinent information, and if council has suggestions, we're open or amenable to that. In addition, we'll check with city management and utilities for what is needed on the tracking form. But we would be tracking location, time of discussion with the individual, and how many times we've come across that individual, which that number will probably be fairly high.
Right, but I think it's important because if we can show that it is an ongoing repetitive problem, we can better plan what kind of enforcement. So that's my question for you. To the city attorney, given some of these fines might be difficult to pay, there are programs out there where you give time back and volunteer to eradicate fines. Given this is a waste problem and littering problem, could we, as an option, provide the opportunity that you're served the citation and you prove unable to pay the fine, in exchange take time for them to do litter and cleanup as a way to help enforce it?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
In my observations, I think there's probably maybe 20 to 30 of the most egregious that are repeat people that you see with the carts, some of them with 6 or 7 carts in the same time frame. So, I mean, I don't think it rises to the level. I think we need to start somewhere, and I think we can see this and feel it out a little bit before we need to look at another employee. Let's let's see what we're dealing with. But I do believe there's, 20 or 30 of them, and 30 might be a lot high, of the most egregious, and that's what I feel should be focused on. And some of the other people that are more in touch, when they know what's going on, they will probably back down a little bit. But again, with your pilot program, there are other ordinances in there and codes in there with littering. I'm sure there's other aspects that they're also violating by doing this. There's a trespass component, so maybe there could be advisory in there as well, letting the people know that it's not just a scavenging aspect, and hopefully we can stop from paying, nearly 600,000 and 1 million pounds of garbage that was dumped in our, water supply recently.
Councilmember Vega.
Mr. Quinlan, thank you so much, for your presentation. The educational part of it, I applaud you for that. My concern is that we're setting you guys up or setting you up for something that's probably unfair to a point. There's going to be some hot spots. As Councilman Mosley brought up, you have people that are dragging carts around and everything. It's almost, that's the part I call a little unfair for solid waste to have to technically try and handle somebody without a conscience, or someone that's just going around and making a circle and looking for people that when you're not around. You know what I mean? There's going to be people there that were going to do this. So the type of people he presented there, or the person that may be having a hardship out there, may be pretty hard for us to do anything about. And I'm just not sure what kind of plan you might have, you know what I mean, for dealing with something like that, which is, as the city attorney and chief of police has said, there's people out there that you can go and tell them 100 times and threaten them, and there's nothing there. I hate to say it like that, but I hate to set you up for a lost cause, because I do think we need to set an example by saying we want the city to be free from litter. We want to take care of the health concerns. We have to start somewhere beautifying our city. We're already at a point where everything's getting a little bit, it looks like deferred maintenance, and we need, for us to raise the bar here, we need to do something moving forward proactively. So I'm not sure exactly what your plan would be for people like that, because we'd like to make the best use of your code enforcement people and their time instead of setting them up for failure. But thank you, okay?
Sure thing. And if I can add,
yes,
I'm working with Police Chief Mariani. If we do have issues with our solid waste code enforcement, he's worked with us to be there as we need if we do run into issues out there.
That's good, Mr. Quinlan. Thank you, Chief, okay? Because that's what my concern is, this kind of, you hate to send someone running up the hill and for what, unless you have another plan B. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Cordova.
I do appreciate the staff recommendation for the educational program, and I do appreciate adding this as a list, as another item for our current code enforcement officer. But if the staff recommendation doesn't recommend to actually uphold our Lompoc Municipal Code, then it's just a Band-Aid. And I would like to see incorporate kind of what the mayor just said, which was about having the checks and balances to say, okay, if we're going to send somebody out there, they're not just going to give them a flyer, but we're actually going to start a tracking system so that we can effectively start enforcing our municipal code.
Any other questions for staff before we go to public comment?
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Maybe I can ask Keith to get with the police department with their app that they use to map the riverbed during that time period. It seemed to be very, very vigorous and active on trying to map it out. They had, who the individual was, what it was. I mean, it might give us more detail if we have more than 30 people or 50 people or whatever, we'll be able to see who and where they are and stuff.
Well, it's also a potential way to track the repeat offenders. So if we can start doing that as a way and a tool to potentially enforce, I think that's an opportunity. And I know it did work well when they were setting that up. So I think having that tool in-house and being able to use it in another department with respect to privacy issues that we're concerned around tracking the other individuals, again, it's an internal process for documenting for enforcement. Thank you. Public comment on item number 10 is now open. The phone number to call is 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your PC, computer, phone or radio, radio or television. 805-875-8201. 805-875-8201. Madam Clerk, did we receive any written communications?
You did. You received one email from Mr. Fink. It was provided to council, to staff, and presented to, or posted to the website.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello there, you now have 3 minutes to leave your public comment. Hello?
Yes.
Hi, you now have 3 minutes to leave your public comment.
Okay. Good evening, Council. I'm a general manager and I operate a few businesses in town. And we pride ourselves in keeping our properties clean and beautiful. And we're having a very hard time keeping our trash areas clean. We have different people, not just the homeless, going through them. They go through them at all times of the days, early in the morning, during the day, at night, overnight. Our staff during the day and our securities overnight are constantly dealing with this issue. The trespassers will boldly let you know to go ahead and call the police, that by the time they get there, they're going to be gone, and that nobody's really going to do anything about it. So I do feel, in my opinion, that simply educating them is not really going to do anything. We obviously are not going to be calling the police and wasting their time, as they have other important calls to attend. So I would think that citing them and providing fines would probably make more of a difference. And it's also a safety concern, because when they come through and they're digging through our trashes, then they start looking through our cars. And so it's a constant battle all day, every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello there, you now have 3 minutes to leave your public comment.
Hi, my name is Shondell Malcolm. I'm a resident of Lompoc. I just had some questions. From what I understand, City Council just said that there's going to be one enforcement officer. And with the size of the city and as many people that are going through the trash cans, I really don't see how that one officer is going to effectively enforce this policy or this ordinance. One of the other questions I had is, how is this enforcement officer going to track the individual? Are they going to be asking for ID cards, personal information? I mean, how is that going to be done? And if they are cited, how do they plan on collecting money from this person? Because again, just like the chief mentioned, it also is going to cost the city money to take this person to court, to have the code enforcement officer show up in court, just everything else that goes along with it. And then another question I have is, how many citations does the code enforcement officer currently issue to the residents of Lompoc? Because if the code enforcement officer is barely issuing citations to the residents, then how is that person going to issue citations to people that are going through the trash cans? Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, the number to call for public comment on item 10 is 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your PC, TV, or radio when your call is put through. 805-875-8201. Seeing no additional calls, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Cordova.
So I really think that we need a little bit more than just the educational component. I would like to see the tracking system be implemented, at least right away, along with this, and then bring back the discussion or the possibility of if we need an additional code enforcement in that division, that we look at least a part-timer. I don't think, and I don't know, I guess that's the discussion that's going to take place of whether a rate study needs to be done or not, or whether the budget for that particular division would allow for that. But that could be handled at a later on time. But I think at minimum right now, just the educational component is not enough. And I think we need to develop a tracking system, such as the mayor said, and be able to properly enforce our own code.
Councilmember Mosby.
So as an idea, I mean, I've been working on this to get this on the docket for 5 years for discussion. So just as an idea, maybe the pilot program could go forward for, let's say, 30 days. After 30 days, they implement the fine aspect. And after 6 months, they could come back to council and give us a report on what they're doing. Would you be willing to support something like that? And they could come back and with your tracking component with an app, as I stated. Would you be willing to support a motion like that?
I would.
That's a second? Okay. So give me a second.
You still have the floor. All right. Any questions or concerns, Councilmember Vega?
Councilman Mosby, as I brought up, 30 days isn't very long. Would that be fair to them in 30 days? I mean, would not a 60-day time frame be more appropriate to give them a chance to get some feet on the ground and whatever? But anyway, just a thought. 30 days just seems like it goes quick.
Councilmember Cordova.
Who is they? Are we talking about staff or are we talking about?
Well, let me clarify with staff. Okay, I'm talking about staff.
Okay.
Because I really want to advocate for them and give them a fair chance to make sure they have the means to implement this. Just to start 30 days from now, we don't know where they're at right now. I don't know if they can even do it. So that's just a question I wanted us to ask to make sure it's successful.
So do we have the means to start this? There you have it.
I see a positive nod for those listening in.
That's
We
all I
had
was
staff
asking for.
agree that they could handle
Yeah.
30 days.
I'm here to
with-
support staff. That's the only reason I
With
asked
the
that question.
fine becoming enforced after 30 days, and enable the tracking and documentation with a 6-month report at the end of this to see if additional personnel or support are needed. And we have Mr. Quinlan returning to the microphone.
I would request the 60 days that Councilmember Vega recommended or suggested.
Oh, wow.
We'll need time. Currently, our solid waste code enforcement officer does not have citation authority. This is something new for our division, so we do not issue tickets or citations. We use other means right now for our enforcement, so that may require a little bit of time to get going.
Councilmember Mosby.
So I guess a little more clarification of my motion. So after you guys are ready, and if it takes you some time to get this ready, you would implement the warning pilot program initially for 30 days. So if it, I'll give you up to 2 months to get ready. And then you have a 30-day implementation of the warning, telling the people, hey, this is what's happening with your pilot program. And after that, you would implement the ticketing aspect.
If that's the council's direction, yes.
Yeah.
The chief was just telling me we can also educate our code enforcement officer on how to use Fulcrum. That was the app that we used, and how to track it, how to document it, how to do, everything that Kevin Martin was doing, the captain was doing, or Maui was doing. We can do the same thing.
So for clarity, the adaptation to the motion was staff have 2 months to refine the recommended program, 30 days to do educational, and after 30 days, implement the fine system, and at the end of that, 6 months report.
Yes.
And I believe there was a second on this?
Yes.
Good with the changes?
Yes.
So Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I really like dates. So 6 months from today, we're talking
I
about?
believe it was 6 months once the education program begins. Right? So 6 months from you're giving staff 2 months to make any adaptations. If they start the program any sooner than 2 months, the first 30 days are for educational, and then the next 5 months are for enforcement and fining. At the end of that is the 6-month report. So it all depends on when staff feels they're ready to start their educational program.
Wow.
So no later than next year sometime.
No later than, let's see, it's August, September, October, November, December, January, February, no later than March
March of 2021.
of 2021.
The end of March, yeah.
The end of March. So we're looking at March 16th, 2021.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that help?
For clarification, for the report to be brought back.
For the report to be brought back.
Right.
That's when she was
Not
looking
for the fining, not for the enforcement,
No.
not for the
She
training.
was looking
not
for an end
yeah.
date for a report to put it on the agenda.
Roger that.
Yes. Councilmember Vega.
That was pretty confusing, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
Could you guys have made it a
Not at
little
all,
simpler?
but you made
Councilman
a
Mosby?
suggestion and we made it work.
No, 30 days from here and 60 days from here and 6 months from here. I mean, come on, guys. Can't we do a little bit, make it a little simpler and easier to understand? And I'm being funny about it, okay? I really would like to. It just.
And I'm sorry, Mayor. Councilmember Cordova made the motion.
No,
And
Councilmember Mosby made the motion.
Councilmember Cordova
seconded it.
Thank you.
And then there was an amendment, and they both agreed, and we got clarity eventually, and we will see how this goes, this experimental program. All right. Any other questions or concerns before we vote? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Any additional written communications this evening? Not on?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. You now have 2 minutes for oral communications regarding city issues. The number to call is 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your TV, radio, or computer when your call is put through. Again, the number is 805-875-8201, and you have 2 minutes for oral communication on city issues. Seeing no calls, we will close oral communications and bring it back to council comments and meeting reports. And we'll start with Councilmember Mosby. Yes, you.
Yeah, I'm going to thank the city manager for bringing forward several of my items that have been out there for a long time. I think you've got 3 or so forward here, and I appreciate that.
Our goal is to hit as many as we can. The staff has looked at me very upset, but we're focusing hard on cleaning off that as quickly as possible.
And I appreciate that. I know some of these things, it's easier to, as former council member Holmdahl used to say, kicking the can down the road type of thing. But, I have a couple more items that I'm looking forward to coming up with, was body cameras and the syringe aspect, which is still an issue and such that I think are very important for the community to get to. And I see they're coming up soon, so I just want to thank you guys for getting that one. It's, I've been fighting the solid waste for so many years. I embedded this code ordinance in my brain, which I'd like to get out of there. But
yeah, Jeff and I were just on with the county about the syringes today, so it's an ongoing. We haven't forgotten it.
No, it's good, and I
appreciate the county on it.
I appreciate you guys doing that, stepping it, getting it through. Thank you, and thank you for the fireworks aspect. Hopefully, we can continue to work together to get something that can work before we do have a catastrophe. We are in a bowl in a valley that, in the wrong time, wrong place, wrong weather conditions, it could be like some of the places up north.
Councilmember Starbuck.
I have no reports.
Councilmember Vega.
One question, we have a couple of agendized items just with the same council member, so it was like a long meeting, I just wanted you guys to know that. I want to wish a friend of mine, Billy Brooks, happy birthday, and my cousin Linda Justice, happy birthday. Thank you.
Councilmember Cordova.
Nothing.
Thank you. I attended the Tank Commission meeting on behalf of the city and our NCPA monthly meeting on behalf of the city. Before the county closed meetings again, I attended the Parks and Recs Committee meeting. And this morning, I attended the countywide forum addressing homelessness issues. I also have a few announcements. We have another scheduled outage in the electrical department for August 6th, Thursday morning at 8 a.m. The longest time frame it might last is 8 hours. It is wildfire mitigation, and the affected areas are 529, 533 South I Street, 528, 532 South J Street, 200 through 300 block of Willow Avenue, 538 and 601 South K Street, and 600 through 800 block of Miguelito Canyon Road. And you can contact the city electrical division at 875-8012 if you have more questions. I also received an email today from the Legal Aid Foundation of Santa Barbara County. They wanted to remind the public that they remain open to serve the community during this time. They have transitions to work-at-home environments, but they are still available. You can check their summary of services and their contact information for their offices at www.lafsbc.org and choose either services or contact. The key point to her email was a challenge they're seeing is that some landlords are resorting to illegal lockouts of tenants despite emergency eviction protections in place. And while this is a difficult time all around, displacing tenants during a pandemic is not in the interest of public health. Landlords may be eligible for mortgage relief through lenders. It is also a difficult time for survivors of domestic violence and their children. Even when restraining orders are violated, law enforcement may be reluctant to bring an abuser into custody due to the public health concerns related to the incarceration, although I know our department is following through on that and not seeing that as a deterrent. But again, if you are experiencing issues and need legal aid assistance, they are available, they are working. Please go to their website, please utilize the services. Last but not least, SBCAG, Measure A Citizens Oversight Board, has 2 North County positions available. They have extended the application to August 19th. If you are interested in applying and participating in the Measure A Citizens Oversight application, can be seen at sbcag.org/news or calling 805-961-8900. It is very important that we have representation from our community in addressing the usage of those Measure A funds. So please consider applying. Again, there are 2 positions open. The deadline for applications has been extended to August 19th. For those of you that have heard, there is no official State of the City address that has occurred. There are too many moving elements with COVID-19, so there has not been an official one. There will be an official State of Vandenberg performed on Thursday through the chamber, so that is happening, but we as a city are not comfortable yet addressing the state of the city until we have more information due to all the complexities of COVID and how it's affecting our community. We will adjourn our council meeting until the next regular meeting at 6:30 p.m. on August 18th, 2020.